Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? We're just about ready to get started with the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7. The first one at the new location. The first one with 7 rounds. So, Pop Series 7, 7 rounds. Like it was meant to be. It was meant to be.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna keep.
Okay.
Let's see.
We can all play. I'll start with playing out a tapped silver.
We have
Silver thing.
our first round players here. Michel on the left.
Okay.
Playing Cephalid Breakfast, a deck that has kind of popped up back into the meta as of late. Not quite sure why that is, but it's a fun deck. It's definitely interesting to see. So definitely don't mind that.
Cap Cannoneer.
Yeah.
See
Wait.
something to play.
I think the names and deck list might be off.
Draw.
Hang on, I think we have some technical issues.
Play out an ancient tomb.
Give us a moment.
And it comes another copy on
Yeah,
top
this
of it.
is-
This will be your copy. And your
this is
copy will resolve
Definitely
first.
not Michel versus
Okay.
Thomas, I think.
Um.
I think
Okay.
this
I guess
is
let's, shuffle and
Mark on the left,
Verified, all created
who
technique.
is playing
Copy
Creative Technique
your
combo.
copy as well if you want.
Yeah, this is definitely Creative Technique combo on the left. Okay, so this is Mark on the
you
left,
want to,
and then
respond
on the
that?
right we have Teus, who is playing 8cast.
So you'll play.
I mean,
well, it's your choice.
we
if
saw
you
the
want to cast the
Cannoneer,
Doomsday.
Kappa Cannoneer,
do normal casting
so it's
apply?
Yeah.
definitely
normal
8cast.
casting does apply indeed.
We do the-
And it's full
So
on
I can't
8cast,
cast it
not
because it's an artifact because it's
it's not the Painter 8cast combo
Yeah,
that
you may
going
cast it
around
without
right
paying
now.
its mana cost, so you can pay. You can cast it.
the battlefield this turn. Oké, dus ja, dat is 2 naar mijn kappa.
Looks like we
And then that creates
might be
technique.
back.
Zijn we alweer live of?
Ja.
Oké.
Okay. Does look like we are back. Apologies, people.
Is Rob er ook alweer?
Looks like we had a
That
bit
will
of
get taken
a bit of a
sweet
technical
come
issue.
Rakdos.
Oké.
It's flash
Not quite sure what
cascade,
happened
reach,
there, but
and when it enters the battlefield, it will give all
hopefully
creatures
it's
plus
resolved
2, plus
now.
3.
Ja, we gaan naar game 2 denk ik. Ik denk dat dit wel klaar is zo, toch?
Yeah, this will. If I branch into
We'll
another
see about
Roosingh Wanderer,
getting
it will
the
create 2 new paths.
the names
there's a
and the
very
decks
likely chance. Well, it's not gonna brick.
sorted
but
out.
Likely chance I'll swing with for about 70 damage this turn.
Yeah,
But if you want, I can play it out. It's up to you.
No. I think we have 2 more games to go.
All right, if you're just joining us, we unfortunately missed game 1 of the creative technique combo versus 8cast. Looks like names and deck names are being sorted out as we speak. So I'll try to explain the creative technique combo now. Let's see if I can finish my explanation. Creative technique. It is a sorcery. It costs 4 and a red. You shuffle your library, then reveal cards from the top of it until you reveal a non-land card.
Tweede was, maar ik dacht dat dat andere kast
You exile it, you put the rest on the bottom of your library,
Vandaar
and then you may
dat-
cast the
Yeah,
exiled card
It's
without paying
always
its mana
a call.
cost.
If I would have been
So,
Rhinos, I probably would have been.
You try to use that to play a bunch of cascade spells, mostly creatures, but there's also a Let the Galaxy Burn commander card from the 40k set. Then the cascade cards go back into the
Sorry?
creative technique. You do that a couple of times, and then you try and flip an Emrakul, and that usually finishes the game.
En die main kaart van je? waar het deck omheen
So,
ligt.
pretty interesting deck.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those
I guess
decks
you can ask
that
your opponent, you can call it judge and ask
Peter
for a card
Vanderham
with a-
first started experimenting with, or at least he's the first person I saw playing it, but he's definitely on the forefront of some legacy spice, so
Okay.
you know he has played some interesting decks over the past year or so. A lot of the initial uprising of initiative was kind of credited to him, as well as Esper Funland, which he is playing today, as well as someone else. Deck is actually picking up steam, which is either great to see or it's terrible to see, depending on how you feel about the Infinity
Boros
cards.
1-0.
So yeah, that is the
Bandwidth probleem?
combo with creative technique. And then, of course, 8cast is a deck that popped up with the printing of Thought Monitor, Model Horizons 2. Combination of Thought Monitor and Thought Cast, giving the deck just a critical mass of draw spells. And then, of course, Kappa Cannoneer being printed in Kamigawa gives the deck just such a powerful finisher, just some straight inevitability that's just really hard to deal with. So very consistent, doing very powerful things, and of course being blue means that that's a deck that's gonna stay in the format for a while.
I have to think for a moment, sorry.
So game one looks like Mark caught those by surprise. Don't think dismembers what those wants to be doing here, but could be brought in
Target you.
in case of
Ja, ik heb het weer top weer hobby.
just
Oh,
lack
no,
of
you
better
get to-
cards.
You get to draw. I don't know if it's real. Yeah, this should be the top indeed.
Replay bubble.
So yeah, should be interesting to see how Toast tackles this problem.
Draw.
Yes. Draw for turn.
And then on the side of Mark, very interesting sideboard.
I will play a Dwarven Ruin Stepped. and I'll pass the turn.
Not sure what Mark could bring in here.
Ursa.
Yes.
This is Mississippi River, Mr. Frick. Let me just type it to be sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cap Cannoneer. She's all coming to play.
Yes.
Lotus Battle.
Yes.
2.
Yeah, I'm not sure how a deck like apparently Mississippi River is supposed to side, because I see like some cascade spells. I have no idea what the cascade spells are for. I see board wipes. I think Pyrokinesis is not the greatest card in this matchup, but honestly, I don't know.
Next turn for 6.
No clue. So we're gonna have to wait and see.
Go for an Ancient Tomb. I'll tap this for 2 mana, 1 mana, and 2, and I'll pay 2 life for that. And with 5 mana, I'd like to cast
5 mana.
Creative Technique, and I'm gonna choose to demonstrate it.
Yeah, creative technique coming in.
Okay, so I get a couple.
Oh, I completely forgot. Creative technique has demonstrate, which means you can
Resolves first.
Yes, shuffle.
cast it twice, but then also give your opponent one. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, giving your opponent a copy of creative technique, yeah, that doesn't matter.
You'll be able to cast that without paying its mana cost.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. I mean, it does somewhat matter, because there's now drawing 2 cards, of course. And if that includes a counterspell of some sort, then
Force negation that.
Yeah.
Fishing aside.
that's unfortunate.
Yes. Then my
Or even
second
just a
copy.
blue card if you're holding a force
I will
could be pretty dangerous.
Emery.
Yeah.
Go there.
Then again, you're giving him a force
Why are the
and getting an extra copy of the spell, so
life toads not working again? I should be at 17.
yeah, I think 9 times out of 10 you just demonstrate the creative
You're right.
technique.
Yeah, 18 from the H2, right?
There might be some situation where
Okay.
you don't want to demonstrate, but
Draw.
nothing I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, it could be a bit dangerous if you're playing... No, wait. I was thinking Mindbreak Trap, but you don't... Do you cast a copy?
7. Het zat maar.
No, you don't cast a copy.
Ja, gaat eentje omhoog.
It just gets copied onto the stack. So
Draw 2.
Mindbreak Trap probably doesn't even... No, that's not true. It doesn't work on the first one. It works on subsequent ones.
Babbel. Gaat geen eentje omhoog.
Yeah, because you cast the exiled card, and you're trying to chain the techniques anyway, so...
Eentje omhoog. Sack voor mana.
Meanwhile, Thuis is pumping that cannoneer.
Saratogen.
Ja.
Gaat naar 6. Val aan voor 10.
Good morning, Ido.
Check if the life is working. Yeah, it seems to be working.
You expressing your love for Storm Hate?
Pop random kaart in je hand.
Yeah, Mindbreak Trap is an interesting card, for sure.
En pop om bovenste kaart van je library te kijken. Ja. En pop bovenste kaart van mijn library te kijken. Ja. Oké. Pass.
So yeah,
Upkeep.
Thuis had the double counter spell here
So you pop 3
to just buy him some time.
Okay.
Draw for turn.
Drawing a bunch of cards, and the Cap Cannoneer is a very fast clock, so it looks like Mark needs to do something right now. And if Mark can't, then
Play a City of Traitors.
I think we are going to game 3.
Tap for 2.
City of Traders does help.
2. Let me just think about how I'll tap this one. Sorry. This one.
Let's
I'll
see, what is
definitely
that?
tap for 2 and it will. So I've got 4 mana right now. Yeah. I'll
Oh, and I know what that
and I sacrifice
land
it
is.
for 6 mana. And then I'd like to cast a boarding party, and the cascade trigger goes on the stack.
I forgot the name. I think it's a Sandstone Needle that
Ja, cascade voor je results.
Mark just sacrificed for some extra red.
Oh.
Is it? No, maybe not. No, the No, it's a Dwarven Runes. He sacrificed the Dwarven Runes for 2 mana.
I'll choose to copy creative
Yeah.
technique or demonstrate it, and you'll get a copy as well.
Couple of old lands that... Okay, there's a lot of old lands in Mark's deck that I just never see.
Cast. Dus de... 7.
Yeah, 6-sided die doesn't have a 7 on it. That's...
Okay, I would like to resolve the copy.
But I appreciate the effort.
This is my hand. I shuffle the other ones at the bottom. Oh wait, I need to shuffle before creative technique. Sorry.
Yeah, there's probably another force incoming. There's drew a lot of cards. I mean, he actually milled 2 forces as well, off of the Emery.
To Sweetcom Recluse. And then the cascade trigger for Sweetcom Recluse goes on the stack. I can shuffle again if you want, but basically it was the first card, so it's all still random. Well, I don't
You
even
don't
have
have
to
to cast shuffle with cascade.
Looks like we have a Sweet Gum Recluse.
I should probably do this.
Wait,
One
no,
of those
you-
cascade
you already
creatures.
have one there.
I saw it. I saw it.
So that one should be still on top.
Yeah. I'll cast into
Suicune Recluse
Oops.
gives
Storm, dus hoeveel spels
3 +1/+1 counters
Bij
to
jou, hè?
any creature that enters the
So
battlefield
that's
this
quite
turn.
easy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yours 5, and then 6.
Oké.
And looks like Cascade into... How do you pronounce that? It's the Progenitor Ooze. I never know how to pronounce this card.
There'll be 7 oozes, and the first one will be a 2/2, and the last one will be a 9/9.
Oké.
So we get a
Oké.
bunch
I
of
don't have any
oozes.
I'm afraid.
Maybe
Oh, Mark.
2, 3,
he
4,
he didn't bring any oozes.
5, 6, and then 7, or that's 6, and then this one is 8.
So
8.
all these oozes come in, and I think they all get 3 bigger off the
Maybe I'll have
off the Recluse.
Yeah.
So this
Right?
is 2/2
But
ooze.
that's
2/2
how that
ooze,
works, right?
4/4
Yeah, okay.
ooze. Then I'll go to this creative technique.
Yep.
Oh no, wait, you had 3 1/1 counters that you distribute, I think. Or
Yeah,
do they
that's
all
only
get
the 2/2.
3+1/+1 counter?
And then
I have
this will
no
result
idea
in
how
every
Suicune
oozes
Recluse
will get
works.
+3/+3.
Okay, they all get +3/+3.
Yeah. Super van counter.
I mean,
When
it's
Speedgum Recluse enters the battlefield, put 3.
it's one of those
counters
commander
on each end
spiders.
of any number target creatures that enter the battlefield this turn.
Uh-huh.
So they'll all get +3/+3.
Oké. Ja, dat maakt niet heel erg uit. Als je zorgt dat je Heesman hebt, dan scoop ik.
Yeah, so I'll go to this creative technique.
Okay, so Mark has a bunch of power on board, but he needs haste. Because if this is allowed to untap, I think this game's over. But how did I get haste?
Reveal from the top. I'll do a little bit slower this time. My apologies. It'll go into a boarding party.
Ja.
Means this one is resolved. It goes into
It's a
the
lot of
graveyard. I'll shuffle this
depletion
one on the
lands.
bottom. This was what I was handing on the top, so let's go back to the top. I would like to do the cascade trick of boarding party.
Oh yeah, of course you go into Maelstrom Wanderer, right.
This one can go quite kick because it will 100% go into creative technique. And I still have 2 creative techniques in my deck.
So you go for the Maelstrom Wanderer, that gives everything haste, and at this point it's over. But
This I will
like
randomize
it's
at the bottom.
it's randomized. Like he still has 4
Sorry?
four
I've been
virtual
sick
copies of
basically
creative
for about
technique you
a
can
whole
resolve.
month,
So
but yeah, back in action. I will choose to copy the creative technique.
So I get a copy as well?
Yeah, you'll get a copy.
Okay. Shuffle.
Basically,
and that
this is what
still
it is.
doesn't
This is
actually
basically
guarantee
the
that he
move
wins,
stick. This is
because
what's on the stack.
those can just go into either a counterspell or a draw spell that then goes into a counterspell. So Toes has a lot of chances still here.
Cast Bubble.
That's
That's
oh, you're
not the
quite-
best hit.
I will shuffle my deck ready for creative technique.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have ELM qualifier as well tomorrow? Good luck, man. Oh, right, in
Aurora
Apeldoorn, right?
It will basically go into my.
So
last
Mark's
creative
hit there
technique.
is
Use
Aurora
Aurora
Phoenix.
again. So we'll get another 2 copied creative techniques on the stack.
Okay, doe.
So if you're okay with it, well, I'll guess we're on stream, so I'll just do it quadra rolls. But this can take
So-
a little while.
Aurora Phoenix is going to cascade into the last copy of Creative Technique, and then hopefully finds Maelstrom Wanderer. If not, that's going to be unfortunate.
There it is.
There it is.
I'll shuffle this, put it on the bottom, and if you want, you can cast your creative technique because I am gonna copy it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Toes needs either a whiff or a counterspell. Those are his options.
Go ahead.
I mean, a whiff for Mark or a counterspell on his side.
Yeah.
Podcast, draw 2. Kappa Cannoneer. Looks like Otawara, but he doesn't have the mana for that.
I'm gonna force that copy.
He does have a force.
16.
Then I'll cast this creative technique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if it's correct to demonstrate it there, because like my instinct says it is, because you really need the Maelstrom Wanderer, and it's easier for those to just whiff on a counterspell than it is for you to whiff on a Maelstrom Wanderer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and he rips
Double
it.
Cascade again.
Yeah, that gives everyone haste, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
so
don't have
we're done.
removal for him, then
No.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's it. I will swing for, what is it? 80 damage, something like that.
that finishes it.
There's also still an Emrakul in the deck, which I could go into as well. Just to...
Brag.
Oh yeah, because you cast the Emrakul.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is
fair
a
enough, fair enough.
Source, deck. I went into the
So you
depths
just
of
get the
Infect
extra
Source
turn.
And we found something cool.
I don't know
Right,
really
right.
what I could have done differently.
That's
To
a
be honest, I think
that's a really interesting deck.
your deck has about the worst matchup. You've got quite some interaction, but as you can see, the deck can quite brute force itself.
So how it works is a creative technique.
Put that in
just
the game, and I thought, shit,
place
that's
the
casting, but that's
the
still
top
not.
actual card of your deck. So the first
creative
non-land
technique
card,
into
you
the
cast that.
ooze, was actually
You try to
really
alternate
bad.
that with a
I
bunch of
kinda
cascade
clenched my
spells,
butt cheeks at that
putting a
moment
bunch
because
of creatures
don't
into
play
play,
Doomsday, I play only one, but
and then
if I
either
target, I could
give them haste with a Maelstrom Wanderer, or just take an extra turn by casting an Emrakul. That's
Yeah,
the
the
general
deck
idea
is,
of the deck.
Yeah, the deck has been getting some speed
So
online. You can find on MTG.
let's see if
but it's not
I
played
think
online
we
yet.
don't have
I'm
a
not
backup
sure
match
if it will be,
ready.
but,
Is it
because
the creative
technique-
version doesn't
yeah.
is not online then,
and
right?
let
If
the galaxy
not,
burn
then
together.
we'll take a short break. Everyone, thanks for coming. You are watching the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7, being played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. This is a qualifier for the European Legacy Masters, as well as being the largest Legacy tournament in the country,
Table anymore.
at least until the end of the month.
Okay.
We're done.
Okay,
so
we are going to go to floor cam. We have 7 rounds today, as well as 8 top 8, so
The ooze was a
still
side
plenty of
note,
content
maar,
left.
als jij misschien
And
Shoutcasting zou doen.
we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Eerst een non-copy creative techniek.
So they can hear us as well. It's gonna be great.
So as these players are setting up, we have 7 rounds set up for today. I'm in the booth with Marvin and Ruben. My name's AdmiralVortex. And I'm gonna be here for at least the next 9 hours. So bear with me. It's gonna be a long one. We have 80 players today for this qualifier for the European Legacy Masters, so good stuff, good stuff. Legacy is alive and well here.
And expected.
You love to see it.
You speak English today.
No.
So, as the players are setting up, we have
Yeah, you're great.
locked in Lau on the left here.
I hope
He's not on Aluren, is he?
to win a few as well.
No, he's not on Aluren. He is on Bant Infect.
Yeah.
With the newest edition of Skrelf Defector Might. Pretty interesting new card from one of the new Phyrexia sets. I forgot which one. Too many set releases these days, man. Too many set releases. It's a 1 white, 1/1.
Who says I'm gonna beat you?
If it deals combat damage to a player, they get a poison counter. It can't block, and then you can basically tap it to get a free Apostle's Blessing. Oh, it also gives Toxic 1. Okay, so it's better than an Apostle's Blessing. Interesting, interesting. His opponent for this round is going to be Esther, who is playing, looks like, a stock combo version of Elves. We've seen some more interactive elf decks coming around these days, but this is definitely more of a combo version.
Judge, is it okay if I tell some of my friends in the mobile phone app that I'm on stream? Is that okay, or should I not?
Sure, if it's off screen. On the screen, sorry.
So, Storyhood's no 8cast for this round, but we do have a number of 8cast players today, so we should have another game of 8cast coming today at some point. I would imagine. It's a good deck, so it's probably gonna do well.
Okay.
Looks like Esther is
Yep.
mulligan to 6.
Fetch.
Lau gonna start us off
Skrelv defect.
with the Skrelv.
Searching for Tundra. So 19 life for me.
So yeah, the new version of Infect. It's called Toxic. Skrelv has Toxic 1. Doesn't replace combat damage, but in addition to combat damage, you also get a number of poison counters. In the case of Skrelv, it's going to be just a single one.
19 as well.
I actually don't know. I think if a creature has Infect, they still deal combat damage. So I think you can have Infect and Toxic, but not 100% sure on that.
It's cool though.
But that is how it works in my mind. So because we'll find out. Esther here gonna start us off on a Nettle Sentinel.
Draw for 2.
Nettle Sentinel is just one of those cards where you look at it,
Yeah, sure. Take a look.
and then at first it looks fine, but then it does just some messed up things.
Brainstorm,
Is-
is that okay?
Getting a couple of them with like a Heritage Druid, making a bunch of mana every time you cast a spell.
Put 2 back.
Just every green spell becomes a green dark ritual. Is like that is not okay. Like I love combo decks. Don't get me wrong, but whew. That's fine for Legacy. I'm not calling for bans of anything out of Elves yet. I got my eyes on you, Elves players.
Right. Yeah, okay, go.
No, we just had bannings. I like the bannings, actually. I think the metagame is looking pretty diverse, pretty experimental. Like, people are actually trying things. So, like, it's a real breath of fresh air in the format that we really needed. Because
Okay, go to 17.
we've had a bit of a stale meta not too long ago. Initiative did a lot to kind of shake that up, and now the bannings have kind of continued on with that. So we'll see how long it lasts, but I mean, we'll take anything at this point, right?
Crimson Nature post-combat.
Well, it looks like we have a glimpse of nature here from Esther after combat. Is gonna
Okay.
play another Sentinel,
Draw for 1.
draw a card, and tap a Sentinel.
Okay.
Just a cantrip glimpse. Interesting.
This. Activate Ink of Nexus. Like to attack.
Lau
Invigorate.
going in with the Infect.
1,
Immediately Berserk
3,
or Invigorate. Is it?
22.
No, it's Invigorate. I'm sorry.
Before damage, I'd like to add something else. I'd like to give it +5/+5.
Okay, that kills me.
So that's a 10.
And that's an Embiggen, and that just straight up skills Esther. Yeah, that's the power of Infect. Just
I'm very happy that you have
do your
skills.
thing,
It's just
get 10 poison counters, and GG. Yeah, Lau I think is a very experienced Infect player, right? I'm thinking, it's like he either plays Infect or Maverick. I forget which one. I think it's Infect. Like I'm 90% sure that Lau is known for playing Infect. Maybe I'm misremembering. There's a good chance. Any kind of competition in the country has been kind of having to restart. So for a period of a couple of years, we've had no tournaments, and that's the part where I started playing more and more tournament Magic. So a lot of the legacy players I actually don't know, but I'm learning. I'm getting there. Actually, I have Google. Why don't I just Google? Oh yeah. Lau is definitely an Infect player.
Not need here. Okay.
So he knows his deck. He knows most of it. Like, I don't know how much practice he has with Skrelv.
Are you ready to rumble?
Is there anything else? Embiggen is a relatively new card, but doesn't do anything groundbreaking, so that shouldn't be too hard to get used to. Also, looking at the sideboards,
Yeah,
I'm not sure Lau actually
I mean, it's
wants
always
the sideboard
good
here.
to
I think he's fine just trying to go under Elves. Maybe some sort of plowshares, but
really synergistic deck.
we'll have to see. Meanwhile, Esther is maybe gonna bring in some carpets. Legacy Infect is a lot more blue dependent than any other format.
Hey, Marvin.
Esther is
Yep.
playing the full 4 Nettle Sentinels. Ja.
Dus even omschakelen.
No Fiend Artisans.
Dus we zijn allebei aan het schrijven en aan het klikken. Dus,
Oh, she is playing a one-off Toxicrene in the side. Oh, interesting. Toxicrene is 4 mana, 2/4 with Reach, Death Touch, and all lands just become Rainbow lands. Like, they lose all other abilities. Good morning, Kingdom John. How are you doing? Oh, as you see, Cap Cannoneer. Especially for Hoods. Because Hoods was looking for that 8 cast.
altijd, als ik toernooi ga spelen, ik kan niet zo zijn dat ik de hele dag loop te stinken, weet je wel.
Oh, goed.
Ja, wacht even, ik pak er eentje voor je. There you go.
So yeah, sideboard from Esther's side. Maybe Carpet of Flowers. Definitely gonna bring in Dismember, I think. Because I don't think you can raise the Infect. Maybe I'm misreading this matchup. We'll have to see. I think that's pretty much it. Like I don't think this is the matchup for Toxicrene. I don't think it is. Like you can turn off the Ink Buff Nexus, but that's basically it. I think at that point you just wanna go.
Okay, there you go.
I can start, right?
Yep.
Great.
What do you want to?
Absolutely.
I don't think he had Karuga as his companion. We saw, for those of you who missed it, we saw the
I'll keep it.
Teamer Cascade combo deck known as Mississippi River. in round 1. I don't think I saw Karuga, so no, he wasn't playing that.
Not with this. Oh, hell no. There you go.
All right, looks like another mulligan to 6 for Esther here. Ooh, you can buy the list. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's the Mississippi River deck. It's if you have the City of Traders, it's a pretty cheap deck actually.
Window.
19.
Not a lot of expensive cards. Which in a format like Legacy, having a cheap deck is definitely a plus. Oh, you have 4. Yeah, then it is a pretty damn cheap deck. But you really want lands that make 2 mana in that deck. That's the most important thing.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
We have Esther starting us off with Land Nettle Sentinel.
Go to 19.
And we have Lau with a Glistener Elf off of a Tropical. So what's interesting in this matchup is at some point Esther is going to have to decide, is it worth it to block things? Because you kind of want to keep at least some number of creatures on board, but you know, you also don't want to die. So
Are you?
like, this is both a really fast matchup and a matchup that has a lot of decisions that
I don't know.
have a really big impact.
Um,
18.
It should be noted by name. I thought his first name was locked in, but I'm actually not sure on that.
What's the worst that can happen?
Maybe Marvin can clarify that. Is locked in his first name or is Lau his first name? Because
a lot.
I honestly don't know.
Okay. 2 mana.
It is locked in.
No, it's fine.
Can I draw my card?
Yes, you can draw. Is that time?
I mean, that's what I thought, but
Have you had 18 now? Myself at 19. Let's see.
okay, then yeah, it should be locked in at the top if that's
Is that okay?
his first name. Like I assumed it was his first name,
2.
but then I saw Lau at the top, and I'm questioning what I know. So
That's the hardest part. Let's see, this one. And I guess.
definitely Esther though. That I do know.
Yeah, I guess. Play land for ton. Let's see. Gonna do anything else?
Looks like we have a.
Yes.
I think that is a misty rainforest for locked in here. Oh, he's a friend of yours. Okay, fair enough. Esther plays Gaia's Cradle and passes. Interesting. What does that represent?
Draw for turn.
Maybe she brought in endurance and is planning to flash that in.
Should I go for this one? Probably.
Opposition agent. No, she's not playing opposition agent.
Savannah.
The only flash creature I see is endurance,
18 and 18. Okay.
and I assume
Blighted agent.
that's it.
Depends. I don't know. Yep. Go.
And stuff.
Yeah, sure. 2, 3 mana. Endurance. Ooh. It resolves.
Okay, I'll target.
Yeah, that is an endurance.
Okay. Just waiting for me to attack. Fucking hell. Surprise!
But an endurance, unfortunately, isn't going to work against the blighted agent here.
Wow. Almost.
I am so afraid.
This is unblockable, by the way. I'm not sure if you can read Chinese, but this is unblockable.
Well, I've played those myself.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know. I remember now. I've known
That's
you
why
for a
I should have
while.
known better
Mm.
in game 1.
Okay, so endurance is not going to be the best blocker here, but it is at the very least an extra mana, I guess. So Esther has 5 mana.
What do we do?
Would a natural order be good enough here? Because you would have 3 creatures. Let's say you use the Elfish Visionary. That would be 5, 11. I think that's just short.
Let's see.
It's just enough.
Yeah, that's okay. Sure. Am I dead? Am I dead?
My land.
Like we have a Heritage Druid and a Dried Arbor coming down. That does help. I think now.
He's, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I think Creative Behemoth would be
Sorry. Okay.
good enough.
My land.
Sacrifice your land for turn.
All right. Let's see.
You use
Does Locked In have
5
the
mana,
Force of Will?
right?
Correct.
So you have 1 floating. That's very important. 1 card. 1 card in hand.
1 mana floating, 1 card in hand. 1 mana floating means a single daze is going to be good enough.
17. Council natural order.
Force of Will is going to do it here.
Right. Then I will not attack.
Draw for turn.
And then Esther passes the turn. I think it was worth going for it there. Just make Locked In have it.
This is what I'm looking for.
But now she is in a world of hurt. For sure.
1 card in hand.
She is holding up Dismember, which she could be holding. I think Locked In is considering there being a Dismember. That is a long ponder. I think Locked In is very concerned about Esther having a removal spell of some kind.
I'm at
and is thinking if he could maybe get the kill with protection up. Going to shuffle off the ponder. And again, Luxton is an experienced Infect player. Like, if there's anything Esther can have, I'm pretty sure he can think of it.
Draw for Ponto. Okay.
But
This. Thank you.
Well,
doesn't look like he's able to play around it per se. Looks like we have Blighted Agent, Swing.
To it. There's 4. There's 5 infect in total. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Then I think that's it. Yeah, that's Embiggen. That's gonna put Esther at 5 infect counters. 5 poison counters. And then we're just going to play the slow game here. Walked isn't really in any rush. I think he has a Daze in hand still. Daze, a land, and another card.
That's okay.
Looks like Allosaurus Shepherd for Esther here. Can she activate that? I think she can activate it. That's 6, right? You would tap out for that.
That's fine. So I'm more or less almost dead.
But it is 6 to activate that.
I would like to make my elves
Yeah, of course.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it is 6 to activate the Allosaurus Shepherd. So
I'm at 17. Oh, everything? Okay. Okay.
looks like we are going to swing in with everything here. I think that's the correct call.
This is a 5-5. This is a 3-4.
Sure.
Right? So I'm going to block here.
Yeah, only the elves become 5/5s, so
this
the
would be 13.
solitude is still
13.
still
then I
a
go to
small
4.
solitude. I mean, by no means is solitude small, but that is true. You can counter the shepherd
Okay.
anyway.
There we go. This one dies, and during cleanup, this one dies.
So Lockton is going to jump block to not
I guess.
die, and then you have a bump spell.
Attack you. 4 blocks. Give you 3 life. So you go back up to 21.
Yeah. He does have the bump spell. He has the invigorate.
And this would be another 5 infect. If you don't have snuff out, then I guess you do.
Esther does not have an answer, and that is
Besides this,
going to be it. 2-0 for Lockton Lau here.
that's all. Right.
Yeah, Esther was already on 5 infect. The top thing doesn't show it, so
Game 1.
just the
No. And mana up.
invigorate here was fine.
Oh, you tapped out. Oh my.
And I was like, oh, yeah.
What did I do?
What did I do?
What did I do?
Blah, blah, blah. That's what
Yeah, Esther was unfortunately tapped out, but
it
I
happened.
do think, personally, I think it was correct to attack there with everything, even if that leaves you empty, because you need to try and win, right? Like, if you're just sitting there doing nothing, then the Infect player just attacks with a Blighted Agent,
Thank you. Oh my.
and you do
That would
nothing.
have been that really would have been a blowout there, because I saw my opportunity, and Elves usually don't have.
So-
usually don't have that much interest.
Yeah,
in game 1.
Well played by both players, but
I see an
Lockton just had it.
Just go for it. I don't play around beside you.
No.
Oh, that would have been terrible.
That was
Let's see if we have maybe a backup match. Because 25 minutes is a long ass time to
to like kill me there.
wait for the next round, so
That's what you do.
hopefully we have something set up.
I'm not used to this.
In the meantime, everyone, thanks for joining us.
No one plays this in modern.
This is round 2 of 7. We also have a top 8 today.
No
one player is going
ever
to go
plays
home with a
Infect.
qualifier for the European Legacy Masters,
Well, except for some dumps, I guess.
and yeah, we have just an entire day of Magic coming up. So glad you're here with us. Let's see if Marvin has
Did you play out?
the secret sauce.
Or not?
I played
Marvin
the-
today is
I played the glimpse and I wanted
yeah,
a new card because the rest
is
of
swamped in work.
Oh,
Great.
New location,
just get an extra card out of it.
Yeah.
and,
lot of
Yeah.
all the little things that
Usually I would
should have been more.
normally it would just go fine, but new location, new setup, everything changed.
What's that could happen?
Marvin needs more hands.
I had the Besage, that was a lot.
Yeah.
I hear Phyrexia can help with
that was
that.
enough. It would have killed me for sure.
Maybe we should call Eliginorn.
Oh, okay. Well, lesson learned.
Well, at least we both play fast decks, and we have enough time to rest and contemplate.
And I was also expecting a mirror match for some reason.
Really? Yeah, I do have Elves. I do have it sleeved up, but I don't play it as much. I don't play it much. We have
Pretty
played
interesting metagame today as well. We have we have two Infect players actually. The other player is Sam Dams, which a lot of you may know. We have some Esper Funland here today. Two players.
Nou, dat niet, maar meer zo van...
So
Ik had volgens mij iets niet uitgeboord wat ik...
yeah, some interesting decks. We saw a relatively new deck called Mississippi River in round 1. A deck created around creative technique. You just try to bounce between cascade spells back and forth, put a bunch of creatures into play, and then attack with it. Looked pretty good. And yeah, other than that, just a really diverse legacy meta. So it should be fun to watch. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what we get today. Okay, we do have a B match. They are on their way. And the first tournament at the new location, so a bit of small things that would normally just go fine, but now take a bit of getting used to. Looks like
English, so communicate in English.
looks like we have Michel and
I'll explain the life total a bit.
someone else.
Control the life total here,
It does say he is there in the bottom left.
so you can see the
I don't know if he's actually there, but it does say that.
You can also see life total. There's also, if you're gonna play Infect, there's an Infect thing as well. So yeah. And if somebody
Which it sounds weird to say. I should know who's at the tournament, right? But
what is actually the score?
oh, I'm not actually at the tournament.
1-0 for him.
I'm just doing this from home. Which, for some things, is really easy because I don't have to wear pants today. And for some things, it's a little harder because if something happens at the location, I can't actually help them.
I would like to start.
Of course.
I also actually, I miss my peeps. I miss the social aspect of it. I'm just sitting at home watching with you guys.
You get 5 minutes
It's-
extra.
Okay.
I'm glad I have you guys. I wouldn't know what I would do without you guys, so thanks for being here.
You guys are good for on stream because you're really clear.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get some deck lists up here. Looks like we have Gaetan on the left, who is playing Painter, against Bob's own Michel on the right, playing Cephalid Breakfast. It looks like Painter is up one game,
I will also keep.
but I would like to have some confirmation on that. Looks like MTG Melee is having a wonderful day today, so I don't have any deck lists yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Your turn.
I think the Rakdos is just for the Chaos Defiler. I don't know if Gaitan is actually playing Badlands or not. Oh, I got the deck list. Yeah, he is playing Badlands, so it is actual Rakdos Painter. But yeah, it doesn't really matter in my experience. From what I've seen of the Painter deck, you can also just play a mono red mana base and then still play the Defiler just fine. But yeah, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Chaos Defiler is a card that Painter plays on paper. Not online, unfortunately, because it's one of those Warhammer cards that isn't on Magic Online yet. It's a really good card. It's a 5 mana 5/4. It has trample, and then whenever it enters the battlefield or dies,
To life.
you use the non-land permanent and destroy it.
And
It doesn't even target. It's a messed up card. It is really good. Yeah, a lot of people just run mountains. Yeah, absolutely. Because you're already playing 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You're playing a bunch of Lotus Petals. Usually they play like a one-off Mox Opal, so it's really easy to just get some black mana in there somewhere. So you can get like it's technically not even wrong not to play Badlands, because yes, you do get easier access to the black mana, but you don't play any fetches, first of all. So it just replaces 2 mountains and that's it. No, actually, it doesn't replace mountains. It replaces the artifact land. I mean, I guess you can do both. Either it replaces mountains, making you weaker to wasteland, or it replaces the artifact lands, meaning you don't have the artifact lands to actually do some welder shenanigans. So it might even be correct just to play no badlands. But there's a lot of debate around that. I did miss what the pithing needle is on right now.
Okay, should go.
Think it. You don't necessarily die from Wasteland. Like, you can play a pretty fair game. You still have a bunch of mountains. Fable of the Mirror Breaker could just make a bunch of treasure, so. Needles on Shuko. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Gaitan has some. Has a bit of a sore throat, so it's a little bit harder to understand what he's saying. I mean, yeah, of course, sometimes you get Delvert, right? And then you die. Sure. Looks like the fairy from Michel here, as well as Shuko off of the Ursa Saga. Yeah, Cephalid Breakfast. Both Painter and Breakfast just kind of popped out of nowhere. Like, with Painter, it kind of makes sense. They had a lot of printings. It became more of a mid-range deck that just has the combo finish. Because the Fable's great, the Defiler's great, the Phyrexian Dragon Engine is great in Painter. It's a really powerful way of refueling your hand over and over again. But Cephalid Breakfast didn't really get anything really all that big. It just kind of popped back in. Like people realized that it's a good deck again and started playing it again, which is really interesting. Yeah, Painter got a lot of good new things.
Very good where the should go.
A lot of good new things. And I guess Cephalid Breakfast either already was really good, or it was just perfect in an initiative meta, and people realized, hey, this deck still exists.
What cards do you have left? 3, right?
Sorry?
3 cards left?
3 cards in hand.
So, interesting little dynamic here is that the Painter Servant Grindstone combo plays into Cephalid Breakfast to some degree. You can catch them off guard, for sure. But it's definitely something to keep in mind, something that is always going to be a risk. Of course, one of the strengths of the current Painter list is that they don't actually have to go for the combo finish. They can also just play the mid-range game for an X amount of time. Thanks to Fate of the Mirror Breaker being a really powerful card, Chaos Defiler being a great card, Fury, just hardcast the Fury, go to town with that. So you definitely have angles of attacking Cephalid Breakfast, but it is important to keep their win condition in mind, for sure.
Get a golden and open.
Stoneforge Mystic here for Michel is going to resolve. Looks like a Cauldra.
Ouch. Painter Servant.
Painter Servant coming down for Gaetan here.
Yeah, results.
Okay, your turn.
Also worth mentioning, Gaetan is on Surgical Extraction.
Name blue.
A lot of Painter lists at the moment have swapped to Fairy Macabre, especially for the Cephalid Breakfast matchup, where being able to discard your Macabre with Teferi on the field is very important. Something you can do with Surgical Extraction. But luckily he did have an answer for the Teferi. Yeah, Stoneforge Mystic going to put Cauldron into play. Yeah, we talked about the mid-range plan of Painter, but Cephalid Breakfast is definitely no slouch. Stoneforge Mystic is a hell of a card.
Take 5.
Cauldra is a hell of a card.
So I'm at 11 now.
9, right? Yeah, it looks like
Oh,
9.
okay, over here. Yeah. I didn't know I could see it there.
So Gaetan at 9 can survive at least one more attack. But might be forced to try and go for the Grindstone activation here,
Play lands.
which is not ideal.
Activate Grindstone.
Yeah, he's going to activate the Grindstone.
Target?
Could be at 7 now.
That works, right?
The Painter is on blue.
I don't know. Okay.
Get it?
Yeah.
And Michel calls it. Yeah.
not that good.
GG's looks like a 2-0 for Gaitan.
Yeah, the middle is really good.
Yeah, Painter is contender for top deck in the format right now.
That's also why board
It's
so much script
really good.
to remove your graveyard when it is
Yeah.
required.
But of course, any deck
Yeah,
that is able to justify playing 7 or 8 main deck Pyroblast effects is probably gonna do pretty well in Legacy.
to remove the entire graveyard.
Yeah, it is the most played combo deck right now, so... And there's good reason for that. Deck is incredibly powerful. It does a lot of things, and it does them all really well.
Yeah.
What is this? Is this your sideboard or?
No, this is an attraction deck.
Oh yeah, worth mentioning, Michel actually has an attraction deck on the field. No way of actually putting them into play. Just make your opponent think about it.
It's not an easy match.
It's a cheeky little thing.
The graveyard interaction don't really make for an easy, easy win.
Yeah,
No.
playing 7 blast effects in the blue format is great.
I had a hard time in the beginning, but once you start to know the tricks, it's
Yeah.
easier to win than before, because in the beginning it was really almost impossible.
But also, having the blast when they're good, that's fantastic. But being able to get rid of them when they're not, because maybe you're against lands and you don't have a painter in play. You play Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You just get rid of them. You can pitch them to
What did you board in?
to a Fury, or you can discard them to Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Like, they're there because they're really good, but they're also not detrimental as much anymore.
The welders,
Yeah, I really dislike fighting
and also-
stack.
and also Painter itself.
Yeah, I think the removal is better than the forces and the blast.
The-
Days, yeah, I was on play.
This is good.
The
if you don't-
woes of a
Yeah,
tier 5 player. I do get it though. Having your pet deck go under the radar and then suddenly it being everywhere. Yeah, I get it. I get it for sure.
copy in, but
This is what I
Yeah,
did against you.
what can I say? The deck is just really good.
that's all good shit.
Yeah, same for Doomsday. Like, I knew Doomsday existed because a buddy of mine showed me like this meme deck that had Doomsday, and I'm like, wow, okay. And then Fastest Oracle was printed, and suddenly it was everywhere. People were talking about banning it. I was like, wow.
Okay.
Maybe they can't see it because the glare is.
Is it so bad?
The glare is really.
Oh,
it's
fuck.
Really weird.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, that's Well, you can't hide it.
Usually after
I mean,
the high
Doomsday right now
This
is
because
going a bit more under the radar. I think it
we can.
had like a
You could,
spike
yeah, if you have time,
being
you could
played, and
try
now
it.
it's just
I mean,
it's
if
there.
really
It's
bad,
still good,
then you have to, yeah,
but
Cards are one, so you can.
it's not omnipresent.
Because you can, yeah. Right?
Live on stream, we're moving the table. Do it right now. It's fine.
Or you just go to the floor cam.
But I want to see the.
Oh, of course, yeah, you want to see it.
Doesn't matter. They can see us
Uh,
moving the table around.
yeah.
It sounds like we might be going to the floor cam for a bit.
We can move the desktop itself first.
Yeah.
To
First
I want
move
to
the
see
desktop.
what you guys plan on doing here.
keep in mind that the.
See you guys on Thursday
keyboards
again.
will-
Alrighty, for those of you just joining us, this is round 3 of the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7, played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. We have 80 players today. It's pretty insane. It's the new location, so we were able to expand the player total. We went from 50 to 80 for this one. So, good stuff. It's still sold out in less than a day, I think. It's incredible. Lots of love for the Legacy format. And for the guys at Bazaar Boxes, of course. So, players are getting set up here. We have Peter Vanderham on the left here, who's playing his Esper Stellar Funland deck. We saw him at the last Bazaar of Boxes series. Play the same deck. Back then, we still had Initiative. The Initiative card has been replaced by Looks like a couple of Triumph of St. Catherine. Really good aggro threat. Really good control threat, I should say, from the Warhammer 40k. Being able to miracle in a 5/5 life linker for just 2 mana is pretty good. And then, of course, it doesn't actually die. It goes back into the top cards of your deck. So we should see some miracles. We should see some attractions.
Attraction deck.
Hopefully, a good boy in Comet Stellar Pup. So it should be pretty interesting. And then on the other side, we have Rasmus playing just a stock is a Delver list, so most people know what this deck does. Expressive Iteration, of course, got banned recently, so it should be interesting to see how Rasmus adapts here. Looks like he is playing Charter Course in that slot. Card that people seem to be picking up as a replacement. It's not quite Expressive Iteration, but there is definitely some merit to playing the card. It is, of course, a sorcery as well, which could be relevant with Dragon's Rage Channeler. We'll have to wait and see.
There you go.
So yeah, interesting matchup. I have no idea how this is gonna play out. That's mostly because I have no idea how Peter's deck is supposed to play most matchup. I think it's just a regular control deck. He's pretty duel heavy, so somewhat susceptible to Wasteland in that regard. But
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck.
he does have a couple of basics.
Onder.
He's not entirely soft to Wasteland, but he is a little bit soft to Wasteland. Because yeah, it is technically an Esper deck. It is technically just an Esper control deck. But he is splashing red for Comet, Stellar Pup. At least in the main, I don't see any other red cards. In the side, we do have like a Pyroblast, a Red Blast, which I assume are gonna come in game 2 and maybe a game 3. But yeah, decks these days, they splash red for the same cards every deck pretty much, so they don't even bother saying they're red anymore. Little punish start from Rasmus here. Bit of a
Spawns days.
slow deck. Slow start.
Go.
An exploration?
Don't
Wait,
Yes.
A pass turn.
this isn't Peter. What?
Wasteland.
Is this Peter?
Exploration.
I mean, this is not Esper Funland. This is Lands. Wait,
Sure.
okay. I'm not sure what's going wrong here.
I don't reveal what's.
Let me check the crew in the back. Yeah, that's a great Esper deck with a Taiga on the field.
Panic.
Duke, thanks for the raid, man. You cut us kind of with the pants down here. Our Esper control player is playing a Taiga, so I don't know what's happening here. Looks like Lance. Hope you're having fun with the Legacy weekend, because it looked pretty fun. I was watching with Callum a bit last night.
Play from Bant. Target 2 cards.
Yeah, let me find out what's going on here, because Because this, yeah, hang on.
Force of Will, Brainstorm.
Resource.
So everyone from Duke's stream, welcome. You are watching the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7, being played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. This is a qualifier for the European Legacy Masters, so one player will be going to Italy at the end of the year. We have 80 players. We were able to go up to 80 thanks to moving to a new location. Last one we were capped at 50, so being able to just go to 80 and still sell out in a day, it's wonderful stuff. Like Legacy is alive and well here in the Netherlands, so good stuff.
Reveal.
Okay.
Tabernacle. Draw.
Okay, I'll give you the merit, Lage, for sure, but like the loam being blue, that's maybe a stretch. But okay, so we are playing. Looks like Delver versus Land. So at least the Delver side is looking correct.
Attack for 3.
This is a bit of a different matchup. Land should be pretty favored against Delver. At least that's what I'm always being told. It's like Lance is built to beat up on Delver. I have no idea how true that actually is, but
Targets.
well, you're not gonna get Wastelanded, that's for sure. You got red, so Pyroblast should be a pretty good card. It's pretty hard to deny you mana with all the ramp, and you have a pretty proactive game plan in Merit Lane. So I do see it being a pretty good matchup for sure.
Go.
And then of course just Wasteland with Life from the Loam.
Draw for 10. Or fetch.
It looks like our Lance player being at least nice enough to remind him of the Tabernacle trigger. Because Rasmus was looking like he was gonna draw and just lose the Delver outright, but I mean that's not how you want to win, right? That's such a gotcha. Nah, you're here to win fair and square.
Tabernacle.
Yes.
Draw.
Yeah, thanks for hosting us again, Duke. Have a nice night. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Wasteland.
So yeah, our Delta player is kind of in a pickle here. That Wasteland is not really gonna stem the tide here. Like you can at least come in for 3 here by taking out the Maze of If, but we saw the Life from the Loam, so the Maze of If is probably coming back anyway.
Maze of it.
Another Maze of If?
Wasteland.
Another Wasteland? Yeah,
From
I think this is a pretty clear-cut game 1 here.
Wasteland. Result. Play 1 land. Wasteland you. Play Maze of it. Go.
Silver dice.
And now I see either Marvin or Ruben in the chat. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can somebody check whether or not that's actually Peter? Because
Silence.
not sure. Not sure that is. I think it might be
2 lands.
Jordi actually.
Draw. Last turn.
Okay, that's either Peter. Either Peter gave a wrong deck list, or that's not Peter. One of the two. I think it's not Peter. I think it's Jordi, but then his opponent is not Rasmus. I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know why the Dover player isn't conceding here either, because I think this game is pretty over, and I think it's not particularly close at this point. But I mean, you don't have to concede if you don't want to. If for any reason you want to keep playing, just keep playing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay, that is in fact not Peter. Okay, confirmed.
Want to create a construct open.
Then I'm going to go under the assumption that this is Jordi instead of Peter. Because of some of the altars, for example, the Tabernacle altar looks really nice. I think that is his.
This one died.
That is Infect, not Peter. Hardy har har. No, that's not Peter. Sorry about that. That might be Rasmus, though. Because Jordi is supposed to be paired against 8cast, and this is definitely not 8cast, so... I don't know what's happening.
This one. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's Lance versus Delver. That's all I know at this point. Looks like we have Thespian Stage and Dark Depths coming in.
Pass the turn.
Go next game.
And we are going to the next game. Okay, all Infect jokes aside, yeah, Lance is probably a pretty bad matchup for Delver. Like looking at that game right there, that did not look particularly close. Which is probably good news for Lance players all around, because Lance wasn't doing too good with initiative around. That's for sure. Like, Lance was struggling against initiative. They just did nothing against that deck, but Delver is another story entirely. Okay, it looks like there was a bit of an update on the MTG Melee side. I'm not sure what happened on the back end there, but it looks like this is Rasmus, and this is in fact Jordi, as I suspected. Yeah. Yeah, I know Jordi, he's one of our locals, so when you're playing a particular altar, Like that tabernacle. There's not a lot of players in the world that play a tabernacle that looks like that. So, like when you see that, it's 90% sure that's the person you're thinking of. All right, so we do have confirmation that it is Jordi and Rasmus. So, I don't know what happened in the pairing software because that was definitely not the matchup that the software gave, but it's sorted now. Let's look at the sideboards for Jordi. We could be looking at some pyroblast, some red blast effects. Maybe blue blast, but maybe not. We'll have to see. Is he playing Punishing Fire? Yes, he is playing 2 copies of Punishing Fire, and he's also playing 2 Lightning Bolts. So no, he's not playing Esper Control. He is playing lands. We'll have to get that sorted. So yeah, pretty light sideboard from Jordi here. Just typical lands. Just bring in some blasts, and that's probably fine. And then for Delver, Price of Progress is a pretty good inclusion. Maybe Force of Negation, try and get a Life from the Womb out of there. Surgical Extraction, try and not worry about a combo finish. Other than that, also not a whole lot. This is just a rough matchup. There's not a whole lot you can do about this. Just maybe get lucky with a Price of Progress. Get some hits in.
Did you cut these?
Yep. I actually don't know how long Lance has been a deck. I know Delver has been around for about 10 or 11 years, something like that. But Lance, I'm not sure about, actually.
Okay.
You're already keeping 7. Just once more for anyone who might be just joining us, we had some issues with pairings. The player names are correct. However, Jordi is playing lands and not Esper Control. That is the only thing there.
Keep. Bottom.
Yes.
Fair enough, yeah. I can imagine lands being a thing for quite some time,
Viewers at home.
for sure. And makes sense that Delver was a thing before Delver, like the blue-red tempo shell. I can definitely see that. And of course, Delver got printed and kind of took over the deck. Even though in recent years, Delver hasn't been quite as sacred of a card for the deck.
Turn.
It is still included today. But definitely not alone in its efficiency as a 1 mana threat. Ah, Nimble Mongoose. Good old days.
Yes.
Draw cards.
Tormergoyf. I mean,
Fetch.
they're not bad. Like they're just worse than what is around, right? Just why would you play the Mongoose and the Goyf when you can play Dragon's Rage Chandler or a Murktide Region? Two threats that are just so much stronger. Like you'd have Grixis lists playing
Onder.
the fish. Just blanking on the name right now. I know the green Delph card, the Hooting Mandrills. Just why would you splash a color for a Delph threat if you have a blue Delph threat, right? A True Nemesis was a thing for a while. Gurmak Angler, thank you. I just completely blanked on that.
Draw.
Yeah, even things like
Turn.
decks like Death Shadow have just gone off of the angler in favor of Murktide Region. Snuff-Out is a card for sure. It is worth considering. I'll give it that. I still don't think that's reason enough, but it's definitely a reason for sure.
Draw.
And then Dragon's Rage Chandler is just there's no contest. That card just does everything you want it to do. It's absurdly good.
Misty. Look at your top cards.
Yes.
Meanwhile, it looks like a pretty slow start from both sides here. Which should, in theory, favor Yordi. Again, Yordi on lands, not Esper control.
Best turn. I'll keep.
That's been stage. Soul Guide Lantern. Trying to keep the Murktide off the field, maybe keep the Dragon's Rage Chandler small. That March of the Machines removal would convoke. Oh, I think I saw it. I can't remember what it was.
Go to 18.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things being spoiled in March of the Machines. Completely new card type as well. I really like Battle. I think Battle adds a lot.
18 life. Okay, go.
And there's actually a couple of battles that are really interesting.
Draw.
So we'll have to see how those slot into the various formats, including Legacy. But I definitely think there's going to be at least one or two that are going to see play. Just even if it is just on the basis of well, you're playing a Traxa. Murktide does die to Doomblade. Yeah. Terrible card. Murktide. Oh, it's does nothing. It's absolutely awful. It dies to source the plowshares. How can it be legacy playable, right? Yeah, a lot of convoke cards.
5. Murktide with
Like they look
6.
really good on face value, but then you actually start playing with them. It's like, yeah, they're just a little bit too restrictive. Like the only real exception on that end was Hogak, but it's also a Delph card, so yeah. Convoke and Delph go really well together. Who would have guessed? Oh, pile on. Yeah, it is pylon. Yeah. The interesting thing about pylon is the surveil too. Like that might be the thing that makes it see play. But we'll have to see.
Response.
Meanwhile, we have a Murktide forcing Jordi here to try and go for the Merit Late kill.
Results.
Price of progress in response here.
Damage to ball.
Hurting Rasmus about as much as Jordi here. But Jordi only needs one attack. You know, a Price of Progress is definitely a good card to have here, for sure, but it's not like there isn't a Merit Lage on the field right now, right?
Draw.
Like, no attack for Yuri here, unfortunately, because of summoning sickness, but there is a Merit Lage.
Turn.
And looks like Rasmus has one card in hand. If that isn't an answer to Merit Lage, then that is very scary. That is really scary. It needs to have a borrower, right?
Rakdos.
Block.
Block, yes.
Damage.
Looks like a chump block here with the Murktide. That's bad news bears for Rasmus. Life from the Loam for Jordi here. Maybe make a second Merit Lage if
Response.
it comes down to that.
Twice.
Okay.
Rasmus going to 7. It's gonna double fetch. What could he have here then?
Yeah, it could be. I forgot a Misty.
Just
Yeah, sure.
deck thing? Oh yeah, he could just hardcast the Force of Negation. Yeah, that works. Then he still needs a Brazen Borer next turn. Or does he play Submerge? He does not play Submerge. Looks like. Did I see a Mystic Sanctuary? So Mystic Sanctuary to get back Price of Progress is
Force negation.
interesting. Doesn't look like he went for the Mystic Sanctuary. Does have the Force of Negation. I mean, if he went for Mystic Sanctuary, you already could just not play lands and then win by default, right? Also, Price of Progress just kills Rasmus here, so yeah. Yeah. Daze is not going to answer Merit Lage, and that's going to be 2-0 for Jordi on lands here. Not sure what that was. Could have been a Ghost Squatter. He is playing Ghost Squatter. So we'll have to see if we have a B match for this round. If not, we still have 4 rounds as well as top 8. So I'll be here for at least another 6.5 hours. So thanks for joining us today. This is the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7, played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. This is a qualifier for the European Legacy Masters, so one player will be going to Italy at the end of the year. It's the first tournament at the new location, so we were able to up our capacity from 50 to 80. and looks like we are at 77 today. So just shy of 80, which is like it sold out in a day, which is insane. For Legacy, whew, blessed, for sure. So still the largest Legacy tournament in the country, at least until the end of the month. At the end of the month, we'll have the Dutch Open Series, which is probably going to overtake, at least for now. At least for now. Maybe in the future we'll come back from that. Who knows?
Thanks.
Well, we're not quite 4 seasons yet, but we are doing pretty good, for sure. Like we cannot complain. Okay, we are checking for a B table.
Thank you.
All right. So who do we have here?
Ik ben Thomas.
Thomas, ja, oké. Nou, de juiste naam. Oké, klein verhaaltje. We're gonna do it in English, so
okay,
in English to get international people to understand it.
Looks like we have
We got some fancy live system thing.
Thomas and
Thank you.
Patrick
And,
coming up.
the stream actually,
Thomas is
the
playing
live
Aluren,
and this is for Infect. If any of you guys
and
play Infect,
Patrick is playing
you can do it.
8cast.
Okay,
Not in
you
the
know
main
deck,
board.
so, yeah.
So one of, I believe, 2 Aluren players at the tournament, actually.
Okay.
Pretty sweet metagame today.
Let's close the door.
Got some Allurens. We do have 2 Esper Control players, even though we didn't see one this round. We have 1 Ant player. We have 1 Test player. We got some Maverick, a couple Lance players, a lot of Cephalid Breakfast and Painter, actually. Like, despite Initiative kind of going back into Tier 2, Tier 3 territory, those 2 combo decks have kind of stuck around. Of course, a bunch of Delver, some mono black decks, and 2 Infect players. All around, just a really diverse meta. Really fun, really fun. Okay, looks like we have game 3 of 8cast against Aluren here.
Stay at 6 and bottom this one.
Let's look at what we can maybe expect from the sideboard, even though we haven't seen pre-sideboard. From 8cast, just the typical 4 Force of Negation to complement the Force of Will is probably good. Try and keep Thomas off of his Aluren. And other than that, probably not. Oh, maybe Plague Engineer. Wow. So Patrick is playing Plague Engineer in 8cast. Fascinating. That I can see come in. Just name something, Strix, Snake, whatever. Because Thomas is on... He is on the Ether Channeler plan. We've seen Aluren play a couple different win conditions over the years. Usually it was Parasitic Strix. More recently it was Acererak the Archlich. But Thomas is playing Ether Channeler, which, when it enters the battlefield, either makes a 1/1 flyer, it bounces an online permanent, or you draw a card. Oh yeah, we have the MTG bot, of course. Yeah.
Sure, resolves.
Play a bubble trigger.
Yeah.
Put a token. Go ahead.
Aluren, a pretty interactive combo deck, but
Sure.
8cast is definitely not shy of interaction either. And when it comes to the fair game, I think Acast is definitely favored. Get a Kappa Cannoneer into play, and then just completely ignore the fact that Aluren is playing a bunch of Baleful Strikes and Ice Fang Quaddles. So
Check your top card.
could be a pretty good matchup for Patrick here.
Wobble net key. Draw a card for turn.
Yes.
Bobble trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Get another token. And Desert Spear.
Those are
Trigger.
interesting tokens, by the way. Are those Wailords?
With the combat.
Or just some whale-looking things? Almost like submarines.
Go ahead.
Upkeep patch.
Yeah, sure.
17.
Yes.
Is that a Cephalid Colosseum for 8 casts? No, that is... That is Seed of the Synod. It's the old bordered Seed of the Synod. Right, right.
Okay. Draw.
Like, I know the card exists. I've seen it a couple times. I just cannot get used to the old bordered artifact lands.
Wow.
But
You gain 1.
yeah, they're pretty cool. Look, Swords to Plowshare is gonna take out Sai here, but Sai has already made a couple of top tiers, so
Draw card for turn.
not ideal to say the least.
Play another sheet. And combat.
Sure. 14.
Patrick just pressuring Thomas here to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
End of turn brainstorm.
Yeah, sure.
Brainstorm. Just try and dig for something, anything. Seeds of Innocence would be really good here. From the sideboard of Aluren.
13.
Yes.
Especially with those double seats on the field.
Get a drop.
Mm-hmm.
Cards in hand.
2.
Yeah, Seeds of Innocence would be a complete blowout here.
Force blue card.
Who knows?
Because Patrick would only have the Ancient Tomb and then
Yes.
the cards he has in hand, which... Not sure
Tropical Island.
what those are.
Go ahead.
On the turn. You check your top cards. Okay.
So show it to.
Yeah,
Camp.
fair enough. Draw card for the bubble.
Yes.
Draw card for turn.
Like, Ursa Saga was one of the draws, and an Ottawara, I think, was the other draw for the turn. Looks like Patrick is also holding a Force of Will, and then something else. Saga coming down. Worth mentioning, Seeds of Innocence does not remove enchantments.
13. Yes.
It's only artifacts. Assuming it even resolves to begin with. Given the Force of Will in Patrick's hand.
Attack for 3.
Turquoise recall target you.
It's kind of annoying.
Didn't quite catch what that was. Was a bit of unfortunate glare.
Yeah, sure.
But it is in combat.
The lands and the cells.
Oh, Hurkle's Recall! Ah! Yeah, that's pretty good here. That clears the tokens, it puts everything back in Patrick's hand, which means he needs to redeploy everything.
Go ahead.
Tap, draw.
Yeah, that was a Hurkle's Recall. For sure.
Yes.
Shirtless Agent coming in for Thomas here. Gonna find Ponder. Ponder finds 2 lands and a Force of Will.
Other way around.
Thank you. And I play the land for the turn. Yeah, no, this resolves.
Yeah, that resolves.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a Shirtless Agent is a much better blocker than a Ponder. But nice try, nice try. Gonna replay the seat.
Max Opal.
Resolves.
Max Opal was an okay draw here. At least get some mana back. Maybe play something and make a construct. Or at least grow the construct.
Go ahead.
Draw. Aluren.
Force. Stop monitor.
So,
Aluren is going to get forced
force, pitch force.
pitching top monitor.
12.
That works.
Force back pitching force.
Yes.
And looks like the Aluren has resolved. That is a Cavern Harpy. Almost looking to go off here. Try and cascade into something.
One card in hand.
One card.
Response to Kevin Harpy. Put the right.
Or, so I feel 16, I'm at 12 by the way.
Yes. Sorry. We have to do this.
Okay,
I would like to bounce this.
sure.
Then Kevin Harpy resolve.
Gonna
Okay.
Adawara in response to the Cavern Harpy. Which means that Thomas cannot go off this turn.
Then go ahead.
But that does mean that Patrick needs an answer for an Aluren because he knows it's coming. And I don't...
I'm gonna make a token.
Mm-hmm.
Take 2.
Like, I think it has to be a counterspell, but... I'm not sure
I'd like to search.
even if he draws a force, if he has a blue card to pitch to the force. He's going to make a construct, so no hard cast force. At the very least. Yeah, could be Needle for Harpy. That would help a lot. Yes, Needle, right? Yeah, he does have Needle. I assume he brought it in.
Search Thomas Crypt.
Gets Tormod's Crypt. Ooh, that's bad news, Bears. I don't think Patrick is still with us then, if that's the case. One card in hand. Don't think he had a force negation there. Force negation would be online, but
Chalice on 1.
no, it is a Chalice of the Void, and he's going to cast it on 1.
Chosen dead. That's good. So that's fine.
Chalice is
It's on this one.
Oh, yeah.
No worries.
Chalice is on 1 does sort of help. Like, it means you can cascade into Ponders or Brainstorms, so that is something, but that is not where you want to be.
11. Gonna get something.
Good morning, Analytico.
Scotland. Want
Yes, we are playing for
Yeah, sure.
a qualifier for the European Legacy Masters today. We are in round, if my brain works, we are in round 3.
Yeah, should be game right.
Yeah, I have this and then I cascade
Yeah,
my
you can
deck
find it.
And-
find, my Udo.
We have a total of 7 rounds plus top 8 today.
James.
But
Thank you.
looks like Thomas
I won. Thomas.
has the
Thank you.
Aluren kill, and Patrick believes that Thomas can just clear out the game at this point. I'm pretty sure he can. Yeah, he doesn't need any 1-mana cantrip, so the chalice doesn't really matter at that point.
I got more hate than a
Somebody's
left.
actually asking how Aluren wins.
Ah, okay. So I have Aluren in play. At this point, I have also lands in play. These are also quite important. I have Cavern Harpy, which I can cast for free via Aluren, and I have Shardless Agent, which I can also cast for free via Aluren. So I play the Shardless Agent. It will cascade into something. So let's do it. So cascade in the Icefang Kotal. Cast the Icefang Kotal. These ones go on the bottom. Then I pay 1 life to return the Cavern Harpy. Play the Cavern Harpy via Aluren. It triggers, so I return a blue creature, which is a Shardless Agent. Play the Shardless Agent again. It cascades again. So Ponder. So I can now go for Ponder. This I do until I find a Euro. I cannot do this without Euro. I cannot cascade into Euro with Shardless Agent. As soon as I have Euro, the combo is I play the Euro via Aluren, put the triggers on the stack, and draw a card, gain 3 life. With the 3 life gained, I play the Cavern Harpy. I pay 1 life to return it, and I return the Euro. This combo allows me to draw my deck, gain 2 life in the process, put all the lands into play. So when I've drawn my deck, I have at least 3 fetch lands, which I can crack. They go to my graveyard, along with other spells that are there. Then I play Endurance, target myself, put these 3 lands back. Then I can play an Ether Channeler, of which there is only 1. This Ether Channeler has 3 abilities when it comes into play. I can choose one. Create a bird, a 1/1 flying bird, return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand, or draw a card. So I play the Ether Channeler via Aluren, bouncing the Endurance. Then I pay 1 life, Cavern Harpy, play Cavern Harpy, return the Ether Channeler. The Euro should also be in my hand. And then I can do this loop infinite number of times to gain infinite life. I have the 3 fetch lands, which I can also always crack for 3 life. This loop nets me 2 life in total. Then I go to 400 life, and then I do Ether Channeler Cavern Harpy combo to make 1/1 birds until the opponent is dead. In the meantime, I also have drawn all my removal spells, my Force of Wills, and so on, so I can stop anything my opponent needs to do. Can do.
Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Somebody's actually
It's that easy, people.
There's a lot of stuff happening indeed.
The main combo is Euro with Cavern Harpy, and then you find something. You draw your deck, and you find something.
Yeah, I used to play the old Aluren. That was a bit more clunky,
Yeah.
but it also eventually did the job.
Yes, but here you have the Ether Channeler, which is much better than the other win cons, because it does something against show and tell. You can play to draw a card, you can play to make a blocker.
You can also play the dungeon version if you want.
What?
The black card.
The black card, but the Ether Channeler does the same. The black card gets stuck in your hand a lot. I played it, it's very clunky, that one.
So it's more often a death card than a playable card, useful card.
Yeah, it's a very useful card. It can pitch you Force of Will if you need to. The black card cannot do it. It's
Unfortunately.
very, very nice. Also at show and tell, bouncy Emrakul and so on. So
Yeah, for example. Hey, thanks for the games.
thank you. Have a good tournament.
Thanks, you too.
Don't forget to submit your the scores.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Alright, that's going to be it for round 3. Looks like everyone is done playing. We'll get pairings up in a moment, and then we'll get started with round 4. And we are back for round 4 of the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7 here in Tilburg, the Netherlands. Looks like we are back with Jordi, who is actually playing lands. I mean, he was playing lands before, but it said Esper, so he is actually playing. He's actually playing lands. His opponent, Justin, playing Rakdos Goblins. That is a deck that we haven't seen in quite some time. And apparently is doing pretty well. 3-0. That's not bad. Sunrays BVDH is playing. He is playing. Looks like
What's your even?
I can check his standings real fast. He is currently 1-2. Not his tournament this tournament,
Okay, one moment.
but maybe he's able to pull it back and
Yes.
get a couple wins, and we'll see him later on. That would be nice because he is playing the
Do I get this as well, or-
Esper attractions with Comet, so
Yeah, whatever.
really fun deck. But for now, we have our lens expert
Yes, yes.
against Justin, who I don't think I've ever seen play Rakdos Goblins before. Usually he's on some kind of multicolored control deck, but apparently Goblins is working for him, for sure.
You knew it.
Wait, is it Painter? Wait. Yeah, Rakdos Goblins is the MTG melee name, but yeah, no, it's Painter. Yeah, MTG melee it gets kind of funky with deck names, but you're correct, it is Painter. Which is still not a deck I think I've ever seen him play, but it's is it bad manners to say that I expect Painter first? No. Painter right now is one of the best decks in the format now. I'm kind of sad. I was hoping it was Goblins, but no, it's fine. This, in my experience, is a really interesting matchups because both players have like their proactive thing that they want to be doing, but they also have a lot of axes of attacking the other deck. Like there's a lot of decision making and possible angles of playing this matchup. Because for example,
Yes.
Justin can play a Magus of the Moon, which then turns off Dark Depths, but if the Magus ever dies, then the Dark Depths is still on. You kind of don't want the Pyroblast, because Jordi doesn't play any blue cards, but Pyroblast is your best interaction with Jordi's lands, assuming you have a Painter Servant. So there's a lot going on in this matchup. There's a lot that can happen. A lot of things that can go wrong. So we'll have to see.
Okay then.
I do like the matchup though, for sure. It's very fun to watch.
Yes.
He's been playing it for a while, maybe not in the Bob. Yeah, that's fair. But also not like in tournaments that I've seen him play in the past. Right? Because I do remember him playing Strifopile at some point, and some other 4-color control deck. So
Grindstone?
Result.
Notice battle?
Yes.
Go.
Draw.
Hypno Revolt.
yeah, it should be a good watch at least. And I mean, again, he is going 3-0, so he clearly knows how his deck works. He gave up on 4-color. Oh.
Draw.
Yes.
2-2. Great Furnace.
It's actually funny because when Justin was playing Strifopile, I was playing a Strifopile-esque deck, and now he's playing Painter, and a couple of months ago I bought Painter as well. So for some reason, Justin and I just have our eyes on sort of similar decks. Funny how that kind of overlaps. But yeah, Painter, for those who missed it, has gotten a lot of upgrades. Like, an incredible amount of good cards. There's the obvious stuff like Fury or Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which together kind of help make this really powerful mid-range plan, aside from the combo. Ursa Saga is a fantastic printing, of course. Phyrexian Dragon Engine is a great one-off tutor target that just continuously refills your hand. Chaos Defiler is a really powerful card that isn't on Magic Online yet, but really does a lot for the Painter deck. Just a really powerful threat / removal.
I'm one of those guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the deck has gotten a lot of upgrades.
So good.
Lens, on the other hand, yeah, Lens has a few upgrades. For sure. Jordi is playing Minskimbu, which is something you don't see in every Lens deck, but definitely a really powerful card. And he's also playing Ibnu Rivulet as a bit of a mill thing. Looks like he isn't playing any other blue cards, it seems. Oh no, he is playing Hydroblast and Blue Elemental Blast in the side.
Okay.
A couple weeks ago, I saw him on Slowkirk, the Overslime,
Cool.
which is a really fun card, but it looks like he cut that one. Because that wasn't performing as well as he had hoped. Is he playing a tropical? Good question. Yeah, he's playing one tropical. So he does have some blue sources. But again, in the main deck, there's no actual blue cards other than the Ibn Rivulet, which isn't blue, but you want blue. Which I guess you could do off of a Mox Diamond, but it helps having the actual fetchable blue source, for sure. Yeah, it is a slow Gurk, for sure. It is a fun card, though. It's a really fun card. Probably a bit better in Modern, though, to be fair. Oh yeah, Ibn Rivulet does help against Doomsday, for sure.
I don't really like that.
It's also not awful just milling yourself 4 cards. I mean, you are a Life from the Loam deck, after all.
Yes. Okay. I'll pass that.
Okay.
Looks like Wasteland is going to take out the... What was that?
Combat.
Yes.
That wasn't the artifact land, was it? Was it a Badlands?
Ancient Tomb.
That was a Badlands.
Trash.
Yeah, worth mentioning, Justin is not playing the artifact lands. Instead opting for Badlands. No, wait, he is playing the artifact lands. What am I talking about? MTG Melee puts them at artifact instead of land. Oh, that really trips me up. I gotta watch that. There's like Ursa Saga as an enchantment. Except you play it as a land. Yeah, no, he is playing the Great Furnace. The...
Will not float.
Okay.
Was it Secret Lair art? The old border. Which I'm still getting used to, the old border.
Wasteland this. Go.
Justin did find the basic mountain, so
Draw card.
it's at least gonna have some mana this game. Because Life from the Loam Wasteland is not where you want to be as a
Ursa Saga.
as a deck with a lot of non-basic lands.
Card.
Looks like Soul Guide Lantern for Yodi here. Also has an Urza Saga.
Sure.
Looks Diamond coming down.
It's a forest.
Going to discard a...
That's the
I think that's a forest.
Draw.
Nice.
I have never seen that forest before.
okay.
Is that another secret lair?
Cool. 16. Getting
I mean,
to-
I'm having trouble keeping up with cards with just sets being released, but
Okay.
the secret lairs on top of that, man.
Stretch.
Okay.
I'm at least like 90% sure it's a forest.
Man.
There's a fifth, Boseiju, and the Grove if he ever finds a
Left.
Punishing Fire. Yeah,
These three.
I don't see Justin coming back from this, to be honest. It's from a commander deck. Oh, is it from the
Best of it.
from the Secret Lair commander deck? That could be.
Lotus Petal.
It does fit that art style. I don't know if it's that. It could be that one. But yeah, Army Dog for sure, man. The last 4 years with the increase in set releases,
In the end step.
Yes.
the secret lairs everywhere,
Before we go to your turn.
also just altars existing. Yeah, it's a lot.
It died.
It is a
Yes.
lot.
Go.
Looks like Gerstrict is going to get bolted.
Okay, I want to draw a card.
Well, Justin can still do it. It's from the Fortnite secret lair.
This triggers.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did a Fortnite crossover. Yeah. That's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of cards that have like changed names, like the
Sorry, artifact.
what's it called, the Godzilla cards, where it has a different name, but it's an existing card.
Naming grindstone.
Yeah, like the battle bus, or the boogie bomb.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yeah, I don't think you can find it with the bot. You have to look it up on Scryfall.
Exploration.
They did Fortnite, and then they did Stranger Things. They did Arcane, like the League of Legends show.
How big is your construct? It's
1,
4,
2, 3,
right?
4. Yes.
I will draw.
That was probably the worst one, unfortunately. It felt like they just took screenshots from the show instead of actually making art for it. So that was a bit disappointing.
Might have stated the obvious a little bit, but
Yeah, Walking Dead was the first.
ability to
Did we ever get the in-universe versions of those cards? Because
then
I have things to say about that one.
you have. I will go to combat.
Okay.
They didn't. Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
I was afraid of that.
15.
But
Yes.
the Warhammer ones were just regular commander decks, right? Not Secret Lair.
I want to dredge.
Yes.
Wasteland. Oh, sorry. Life from Loam.
Oh, they
Sure.
combined it.
These.
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Because I don't mind the commander cards. Like if they put that stuff in commander decks, I'm fine with it.
Best
I mean, I'm not fine with it not being on Magic Online, but that's a different story. Like Daybreak is doing their best, but there's a lot of cards.
Combat.
Yes.
So
Damage.
Justin did manage to find a couple of Lotus Petals, which, if you can ever get rid of this Pithing Needle and then maybe get a Painter Servant into play,
Hamsters.
and then hope Yuri doesn't have Endurance. Is he playing main deck Endurance? No, he's not playing main deck Endurance. He's playing main deck Boseiju, though. Which he already found, I think.
This one.
He might already have on hand, even. Yeah, I think he loaned it a couple turns ago, so even if you get the Painter, you need to get the Painter again.
This is fine.
No, it's not, Justin. No, it's not. It's not fine.
Untap.
Yes.
Draw.
Yeah, there's...
Go.
You can't even will in the Painter, because you cracked the Lantern.
That's smart.
Yeah, it's... Justin's odds of winning are not zero.
1 mana floating. Convertation.
Personally, I think I would have probably surrendered at this point, just come to game 2, because you are bleeding a lot of time right now. Yori is going to kill you. Like, make no mistake, he's going to kill you. It may take a couple turns, but I think it's fine to go to game. Yeah.
Copy this one. No, I have scooped. So you're just shuffling
Okay,
your
yeah.
deck.
Yeah, Yori just solidly in driver's seat. Just once Lon gets going. I mean, yeah, technically Painter can win 2 games in 5 minutes, but it's not like Yori isn't doing anything, right? Like Yori has interaction.
You came prepared.
But yeah, a Life from the Loam going unanswered in lands just it does so much, so much. Drawing through, basically casting Ancestral every single turn is like you just get buried in value. All right, so we got a bit of sideboard here. So from Yuri's side, this is probably going to get even better for Yordi. Is going to get worse for Justin, because Yordi is playing 3 Force of Vigor, 3 Endurance, Surgical Extraction is probably coming in. He's playing 2 Red Blasts, 2 Blue Blasts, which honestly you could probably bring them both. Because it's not like Justin is taking out his blasts. He needs the interaction with lands. So I don't think he's boarding them out. So that's pretty free for Yuri to board in. And then for Justin, he does have relevant cards for sure. He has Fairy Macabre. He has 3 Magus. Ensnaring Bridge probably isn't good enough, but it's there. And then I guess Pithing Needle is just a free inclusion. Yeah, Pithing Needles is. I mean, you got a lot of things to name with Pithing Needle, but I think you bring it in anyway. Yeah. Probably Wasteland. I could see some world where you name Thespian Stage if that's what's happening, but definitely helps against Wasteland if that becomes an issue. Hello, Cosmo. How are you doing? We're currently in round 4. We got 7 rounds total today, and then top 8, so should be 3 more. So we're gonna be here for a while, for sure.
Does it work?
Which is great.
I have to present it.
Because between us and
be such
Duke having his own legacy weekend. There's a lot of legacy on Twitch this weekend, so that's great. It's great to see. Legacy is doing amazing right now. It's just coming back completely.
Maybe the surprise was a little bit bigger when I would actually play another deck, you know. different deck.
New menu looks pretty
knows
sweet.
knows what you play, like always. Like if there are
It's,
people watching from Brazil or whatever, they still know what you play. So
It takes a bit of getting used to, but for sure there's some hiccups. We've had a bit of internet issues,
it's known.
but
Yes.
we've worked through most of them.
Such a surprise for me.
No.
We're also actually short a judge, so
Would be
uh,
better.
Marvin is
In theory.
half in the booth, half doing judge things, and Ruben is taking over most of the back end things. That
So
I have to present them, so you can just.
yeah.
yeah, it's a great location for sure. And once we've worked out all the kings, then everything should be just fine.
I won't see them anyway.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yes. But if I get a deck check, then.
Yeah, then you're
You miss White Plume Adventure. Okay, yeah, fair. Like, I do think the format is healthier right now, but yeah, it was kind of a fun card. I mean, it was a fun card, assuming you don't put it into play on turn 1. I don't mind it if you play it in like a
not too far.
band shell where you play land drop,
Obviously.
land drop, and just take it on curve. Then it's a great card. Actually does somewhat similar things to the new battle cards. Like it makes you wanna actually have creatures in combat in a way that Planeswalkers maybe did as well, but not as healthy. Because Planeswalkers are very control skewed and initiative, and the battle cards are far more creature skewed. I want to say mid-range skewed almost. At least that's my initial assessment of the mechanic. We'll have to see how it actually ends up working out, but yeah, definitely a really interesting new mechanic. I'm really excited to start playing with it. Start trying out stuff.
Sorry, give me one moment.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Should be legal for the next Bob series, right? Yeah, it should be. So that is way far out. Should be in a month or 3. Yeah. We might have it for the Dutch Open at the end of the month.
Yes.
For those of you who are able to come play in the Netherlands at the end of the month.
You can go.
Which I know in the past have had a lot of Belgian players and even a couple of German players attend. Belgian players and even a couple of German players. I know a couple Belgian players have already signed up, like some Dams, Feminist Cloud, the Infect King, who's also playing today, by the way. Maybe we'll see him on coverage later. Oh, you're getting some echo?
Mountain.
Yes. Untap.
Yes.
Draw.
Oh, you are getting some echo.
Ask questions later. Grindstone,
Yes.
you can go.
Try to figure that out.
Draw a card.
Yes.
Mountain.
Oops.
Okay.
all mountains.
No idea what that was, but if it's fixed, it's fixed. Let's see, look like we have
Playing like this, but
a nice quick make a start for Justin here. Which, I mean, if you play turn 1, Magus is absolutely fantastic against Jordy's deck here. Because now he needs pretty much Punishing Fire, I think. Yeah, I think it's pretty much... Oh yeah, no, you have Lightning Bolt, so it's a removal spell, or bust. It's 2 Punishing Fire, 2 Lightning Bolt, maybe...
Mana, yes.
No, even if he brought in the Blue Blast... he has the Diamond, so if he brought in Blue Blast, that works. Baja Blast.
Discarding.
Yes. Yes. Go. Okay. I will draw. Move to combat.
Okay. Damage.
And yeah, as long as Jordy doesn't have double green, I think
Correct.
Justin is just safe to keep attacking here.
And then
Once Jordy gets double green, he needs to be really careful, because if Jordy flashes in a endurance, then that could be a pretty bad blowout for Justin. But we're not there yet. Looks like crop rotation.
okay. You've floated
Floating a red mana.
Yeah, okay. I see.
Now, is he gonna go for the Dark Depths? Because that would be funny if he just went for the Dark Depths, killed the Magus, untapped with a Merit Lane. He's going for the Dark Depths.
Oh, no, it's, of course.
Are we gonna see a removal spell come in here?
Cannot counter it.
Nice. I see what you did there. Yes.
Yeah, and that's the danger with Magus.
Okay.
If your opponent just has a removal spell, you can just bounce off your Magus and get a Merit Lage, but maybe he doesn't have a removal spell yet? He's just setting up?
Draw.
Yes.
No, it's Painter. Sorry. If I could update, I'll try to get the guys to update it, but I can't update it. No, it is just Rakdos Painter.
14. You can go.
I want to draw a card.
Okie doke. Misty Mountain. Draw.
Alright, so no removal spell so far. If Justin can keep attacking for a couple turns, he's in the clear. Maybe get a Painter Servant. If he could get a Painter Servant out and have a blast in hand,
12.
he could actually be in a pretty good spot right now.
You can go.
Can I look up a card?
I'm sure.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm good with it. Can you check?
Yeah, can
Yeah, we
can the judge check with me?
Yeah.
But I don't have to reveal it to you, right?
Yeah. No, you don't. No, you don't. As long as you're not watching weird videos of cats or something or whatever.
I mean, if it was goblins, then it was. If it was goblins, yeah, it'd be shining right now. 3-0 goblins in 2023, yeah. But no, it's Painter. I mean, Painter is shining as well. For sure, for sure. Painter's doing really well. All those new cards.
Thank you. So this is end step?
Yeah, if you ask
Okay.
me, sure.
I'll draw a card.
Okay. So that's your draw step then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not arbitrarily drawing cards in end steps.
Well, you have to find out.
Yeah.
Mountain.
Okay.
Go.
On top.
Yeah, this is pretty dirty.
Move to combat.
It's I mean, if it works, right?
I would like to increase the clock.
The Cascade player. Oh yeah, the
Yes.
Mississippi River player. I believe he was 3-0 going into this round. Can't quite see what his score is this round, but it does look like he finished the round already. But yeah, 3-0, so he's doing pretty good. Yeah, it's a surprisingly solid combo deck because of the demonstrate mechanic, where if you cast it, you get another copy, but you also give your opponent a copy, which...
What?
Fair enough, you also give your opponent a copy.
Yeah, you really don't want other people to compete in the ALM, do you?
There is there's a blue elemental blast on the field right now.
Yeah, I see.
I
Well,
think this is pretty much over. Hey, note to self, if you see Ibnu Rivulet in game 1,
Thanks.
don't bring in Magus, because that's what happens.
okay, I did not see that coming. I'm not gonna lie.
I came prepared as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah, the Magus dies, Dark Depths doesn't have any counters, so you're the untaps with a Merit Lage.
The token?
No, but if I wasn't a greedy fuck and played the Goblin Engineer, I would have countered your Blue Elemental Blast because I had a Red Elemental Blast in hand. But I was greedy, so...
But I
Lesson
waited
learned.
like...
Lesson learned.
Yeah, but I had it in my opening hand, so I
That
waited
was-
for you.
The
Nice.
win more, the win more.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, again, a sample list. The deck lists will be available after the tournament.
Yeah, this is always a thing with playing Magus in matchups like this.
Yeah, it's a frontal.
It's very tight.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really want to try it, but in the end, the Dark Depths always come, so yeah. It's dangerous. Dangerous play.
Milano. Huh. Fun. How many players you guys get? I'm thinking of going to Four Seasons as well at the end of the year. Because it's been a while since I've been to a big event, and I want to see what all the hubbub is about. 55, 60? That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. So we have 80 today, but we usually only play once every 3 months, or at least Bazaar of Boxes only does once every 3 months.
Complete.
We got other tournaments across the country, but those are usually smaller,
Thanks. You too.
as well as the Dutch Open coming up, which I'm really excited about. The Dutch Open was always the biggest tournament in the country,
So your card
and then
is
they
on that again, that
they
have
quit
to
because
wait
of
for you to
COVID.
play it again.
But now they're coming back, so
Last time as well.
Yeah, it's always.
I'm expecting
This
at
guy
least
always-
like
always
100,
gets it on it
120
because
people for that one.
Nobody
really
knows his
excited.
place, so, yeah.
Because of my
Yeah, Legacy's doing great right now. Legacy, I mean, I've said it a couple times today, but I'll just keep saying it because it's true. Legacy's doing great.
Yeah. Let's see if I'm playing lands.
Okay, looks like we
Lands or
don't have a
Something else is lands.
maybe
beam.
lands.
Do we have a beam?
Lands.
If not a B match, then we got a short little break. But we'll have to see in a moment.
Enjoy the rest of the tournament, guys.
Bazaar of Boxes is hosted in Tilburg,
Great job.
in the Netherlands. It's in the southwest of the country, in part of the busy part of the country, because the Netherlands is, I think, the most densely populated country in Europe, and most of that is in like half the country, which is great. If you're just joining us, we are about halfway through this Bazaar of Boxes Series 7,
Have a separate streaming room.
being played in Tilburg,
Stream and it's
the Netherlands.
like where you have all the audience there. It's really unfortunate.
It's also great that there is a voiceover commentary.
Yeah, it is.
We have a bunch of small green creatures for this round here.
I have lost every
We
single
have
viral today.
on the left some dumps, some may know as Fenris Cloud. Very skilled, very knowledgeable Infect player on, well, on Infect.
Okay.
Against
That's fine.
Thomas here, who we saw a couple rounds ago playing Aluren,
I'm looking at the
was doing pretty well for himself.
yeah.
Okay, so
High roll.
Is still doing pretty well for himself because
8.
both these players at 4-0 still.
I will start.
Looks like we have 4 players right now that are 4-0.
It's working out for you.
Aside from
I'd rather start if I can choose.
Sam and Thomas here, we also have Maarten van Tol playing Painter, and we have Jordi Nieuwland, who we saw a couple times on stream as well,
I'm still gonna write
who is
it.
playing
It's
Lance.
okay for you.
So,
No worries.
very interesting 4-0 bracket so far.
Let's update the live total.
Yeah, indeed.
We'll have to see if they can keep it up for the last 3 rounds coming up. Because they are looking pretty good for top 8 so far.
I will keep this one.
Yep, me too.
Now,
Lord Island, go.
Infect versus Aluren. It's not a matchup I've ever had to think about,
Strand.
per se.
Draw. Snowcourt.
They do both have a proactive game plan with some interaction to back it up.
We're to 19. So let's see if I
Aluren does have
Okay.
a bunch of 1/1 flying Death Touchers, so that is also a
Tropical Island.
very big plus. But when it comes to just a fast combo kill, it's definitely going to be in favor of Infect, I would imagine.
I'm going to float blue.
Sure.
And I would like to cast Days.
Days resolves.
Looks like the Devil Strix is going to get dazed.
Drop.
Probably for the best. Do not want to let that resolve.
Manta, draw. Prismatic Vista. Belfelstrix.
Another Strix. This time with the day stacks. Also, Sam looks like missing a land drop.
Off you go.
Draw.
Mm-hmm.
Brainstorm.
Resolves, yeah.
Brainstorm gonna try and improve this hand of Sam here. Oh yeah, he dazed. Yeah, I'm being silly, of course. I forgot that Daze has additional text.
How many cards do you have in hand?
5.
Yeah, it'd be pretty good if it just straight up did that. I mean, if it was for Spike, I would have been right. But no, he definitely picked up the land with Daze.
Draw.
So a bit of a slow start from Sam here.
18.
I don't wonder what hand he kept. Whether or not he's just looking to interact with Aluren. Like, I think the two know each other, so he should know that's Aluren, but I'm not sure on that. Mana Tithed or Force Spiked. Oh, that's a good one. Is Mana Tithed worse than Force Spike because it's white? Like, is that more rage-inducing? Because I want to say that it is. I think that's somehow worse. You expect it out of blue.
Draw for turn.
Yes.
Noble Hierarch.
Resolves.
Noble Hierarch comes down.
Tundra.
Okay.
And a Tundra.
Tundra. Ponder.
And a Ponder.
Right.
So nothing too exciting going on just yet. I mean, to be fair, Aluren is playing a lot more interaction than most combo decks, so I guess Sam is just fine sculpting his hand, just taking his time. Playing a more fair game.
16.
Because Thomas is playing 4 Force of Will, 4 Swords to Plowshares, which really not what you want to see as an Infect deck.
Correct. Mr. Rainforest.
And then, of course, the 4 Strix and the 4 Quaddles.
Bayou.
Okay.
So just a naked Cavern Harpy coming in here.
I have not played my land yet, I believe.
Ooh.
Because I started, you dazed one time, and I've hit all my land drops, and you've...
It's possible I was not paying attention to that. It's possible. I don't remember.
I think this is
What do
turn
you-
5.
It's possible. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe we should see. I started with flooded.
Yeah,
I didn't do
dazed.
anything. Yeah, I dazed. I played the land again.
Turn
Then
2.
then
Turn
you
3.
played.
Turn 4.
Yeah, I think so. No.
Okay. Misty Rainforest. Fetch. Misty Rainforest.
Okay.
18.
Players just figuring out if Thomas did in fact have a land drop this turn.
Then I get the drop.
I think he was the one who started, so yeah.
And I like to play the Belfast Strix again.
Then again, I just figured Sam just missed the land drop, so what do I know? Bilful Strix coming down once more.
Resolves.
Looks like a blighted agent.
My own poison count of stream.
There is here the...
Bit of a
I'll just use this.
You-
bit of an
you can use this
altar
one,
on that.
plus one
Yeah,
effect.
those are for stream. The other ones you can use just for
So-
yourself.
Okay, I'll use
So
this
we
one
can-
just so we're clear.
Okay, great.
Go.
Tap, draw. Fetch. 17.
17.
Oh, could it be a Skrelv?
Move to life.
I thought it was a blighted agent, but
Thanks.
I'm actually not sure. Oh yeah, he pondered. No, it's a blighted agent. He didn't ponder. I mean, ponder was last turn.
15.
15.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a blighted agent.
Aluren.
Spell pierce.
mean, you can kind of recognize the agent on the card, like through the altar, but not the easiest thing.
Scale up, Land Agents.
So Spell Pierce here gonna buy some space to maybe try and combo off.
20. Is it 3 only?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, results.
There's Hack.
Okay.
Looks like an Invigorate, and that's already game. Wow. Yeah, that Spell Pierce did work. Very cool, very cool. So yeah, when it comes to this, the straight up combo plan, I do think Sam is favored. And if they're both trying to interact with each other's combo, then that should end up with a somewhat clear advantage for Sam. At least that's how I imagine things playing out, at least. Because all you need is just a little hole. Just a little crack in the armor to just push through. Whereas Aluren definitely needs a lot more. Alright, let's look at some sideboarding. Not a whole lot on the side of Sam, looks like. Maybe some Force of Vigor, try and get the Aluren off the field mid-combo. That's not ideal, but it's not terrible. And Sam is playing a Johnny, which he said he really likes against more controlling decks, which I think Aluren is going to have to take a more controlling role anyway, so I could see Sam bringing in a Johnny, but I could see him not doing that as well. We'll see. And then on Thomas's side, Carpeted Flowers is probably a very, very clean inclusion. I mentioned Thoughtseize is pretty good here. And maybe Force of Negation. Not ideal, but not the worst. So yeah, really, I think it's on Thomas here to just try me the interactive deck, where Sam is the one trying to combo off first. And I mean, it works. We saw game one. It definitely works.
No. Even scroll.
Even scroll.
Ooh.
Thanks.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Thomas asking if they're all Phyrexians as if he has Plague Engineer. He does not, in fact, have Plague Engineer. So, a bit of mind gaming here. I like it. I like it. Because he could be playing them, to be fair. Because they can fairly easily cast it. But he isn't actually playing it, so... And again, I don't know in what degree these two know each other. Because maybe Sam knows Thomas enough to see through the bluff. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's actually expecting Plague Engineer here.
Yeah, me too.
Go.
Draw for 10.
I mean, even if he isn't expecting it, can he play around it?
Draw.
Possibly.
Fetch the first.
He did play around it game one to some degree. Like, not intentionally, but... But the moment the Blighted Agent resolved, it was pretty much over anyway, so... Yeah, we'll see.
Trigger.
And again, we get the Baleful Strix.
Draw for 10.
And I imagine
19.
playing a bunch of Strixes is probably going to be the worst thing here for Sam. Just having half your creatures just straight up blocked
Go ahead.
by probably the best possible blocker against Infect. Just having a 1/1 Death Toucher is so good in this matchup. Hell, being able to flash one in, it's insane.
Fetch.
18.
18.
True, Berserk does give trample. That being said, Sam's only playing 2 Berserks. But he is playing 3 Skrelv. Which could possibly just give him Pro Blue. And then try and get around the blockers. So there are ways of going around Death Touchers, but it definitely does ask just a little bit more out of Sam's deck here. Okay, chat, I need some help here. I have no idea what that is.
Cards in hand.
6.
Is that maybe a Glistener Elf? No, wait, it was 2 mana. Is that another Blighted Agent? I guess it's another agent, yeah. This one is a lot harder. Like the last one, you could kind of still make out the agent, but... Whew. Yeah. I mean, just based on how he taps mana, right? It has to be the Blighted Agent.
22. I sacrifice it.
Looks like Thomas is stepping out for an Euro here. Doesn't have a land drop, shields down. Does have an endurance, but endurance doesn't do anything. I don't think he has
How many cards?
a force or anything.
Throw for the turn and the Euro replaced.
Yeah, yeah. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just...
No, it's just...
it's because I need to think.
Understand.
Oh.
Take your time.
Now the question is,
Nice.
does Sam have the guts to try and force it through here? Because I think he might actually connect here if he tries.
+4/+4, yeah, sure.
Gets the Invigorate.
You gain 3 again.
So
Another
it's now
Invigorate.
9.
If it resolves.
It would go to 9, so I'm at 28. Resolves.
Blighted Agent at 9.
That's +4/+4.
And then a big one. And that's game. Wow, that's a really quick match here.
So I didn't find removal spells, right?
Yes.
That's what I was assuming you were digging for.
And you have the Blighted Agent, I have the blocker, so I think, okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Blighted Agent's best card in the matchup. But I were you still playing Decays? Because I saw the swords, and I imagine that you're probably going for white removal now. So I was wondering, are you still playing Decays in your list, or did you...
Decay's not good.
No, okay,
Don't play
wow. Because usually
don't-
that's what I'm most afraid of, but I saw the
Don't play
swords.
Decay. Don't
Nah,
play Decay.
I think you're right about that. But that was for me, I'm just gonna go for it whenever I can, because Decay is so difficult.
No, Decay's not good.
Okay,
Decay,
interesting.
Wow.
Because now I tried Plows.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I
Plows
think in general,
are-
Plow is much better, right? For
and
example, if you're playing
Decay,
against Java.
yes, but here you can also play like the hexproof spells or something.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not that great.
No, I mean, I agree with you, especially like against Delver, DK is so awkward. Like they have Murktide, well, nice DK, right? So Swords is much better.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, but they can daze your plow,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
not good. And yeah, but Decay, you're already paying the
Yeah,
daze
exactly.
stacks, so
Exactly.
don't play
No,
it.
I mean, I agree with you. I was just wondering.
No,
So
but
a
it would-
really interesting read by Sam here.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he saw the Swords to Plowshares, he recognized that Thomas
it's
isn't
like
playing
the
Abrupt
Blighted
Decay.
Agent.
Yeah, that's the card.
And as a result,
that's what
just-
I'm digging for in this matchup. For
Just
sure.
slammed. Just
And
go
I
face.
haven't seen it, right? But I also play Skrelv, and I think that's a huge upgrade for the deck. Maybe you know the card already.
Yeah, I know it.
That's just. There's another reason why I think that Decay, I'm no longer that afraid of it. With the Skrelv. But
can also play Snuff Out and so on.
Snuff Out. Are you playing it?
Yeah,
Not at this moment.
that's an incredible read by
I love
by
that
Sam
card.
there. I
It's
mean,
so good.
It was.
that's why he's the Infect master, right?
Yeah, that's true. When people accept
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Mhm.
Sam doing pretty well.
Yeah.
I think we might see some more of Sam today, for sure. Like he is currently 5-0, so
I don't think you can.
let's see. Maybe we'll get him next round. Maybe we'll get a 4-in-1 table next round. We'll have to see. For now, we'll see about getting a B match. Should be doable. We still have plenty of time in the round. We're playing 7 rounds today and then a top 8. This is round 5. So should be at least another 5.5 hours of legacy. Yeah, you'll still have 5.5 hours of me, you human bastard. No worries. Yeah, everyone, thanks for joining us here. Again, we'll see if we can get a B match coming up here. We'll have Marvin patrol the tournament floor. Yeah, he might be able to double draw to top 8 for sure. Let's see what our B match is here. We have Finn on the left side,
So you do
who is
hear,
playing
but your volume is a bit lower.
Naya Depths.
There's also a shoutcaster over you guys as well.
Full on Naya, not just a couple blasts. He is playing Minsky Boo in the main, so it is actual Naya. And then his opponent playing Initiative. Guus here, Gus. Which is pretty ballsy. I have to give it to him. After the banning of White Plume Adventure, deck definitely lost some points.
Kan ik kopiëren?
Ja.
What's your scores? Is it
0, 1, 4.
Attendance today is 77 people. We had 3 no-shows, unfortunately. I mean, it happens. It happens.
Eerily quiet.
Still a really, really great attendance.
Okay, you're on the play, I suppose.
Yeah, I want to play.
We're pretty much at capacity, so maybe for next time we'll have to look at upping our capacity, which should theoretically be possible. Have to work things out with the location, but it is physically possible. We'll have to see if it's logistically possible to get more than 80 people. But that's for next time. In a month or 3, something like that. The date is not yet locked in, so if I had it, I'd tell you, but worth noting, by the way, it is Boros initiative, but I think Case of Chaos Adventurer is the only... Oh yeah, he is also playing for Simeon Spirit Guide, but other than that, it's pretty much mono white. Because you really want to keep up your white count for Solitude.
Okay, I'll keep this.
Also, no red cards in the side. So. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like we are going to game 2 with Gus winning game 1.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll start off with a Mox Diamond.
Yep.
Discarding Sugiri step out.
It should be a pretty favorite matchup for Gus. Initiative is pretty damn strong against most land variants. Now this is depth, so Finn is playing more creatures than like straight up lands. But all in all, I think Gus is definitely favored here. Like the Merit plan doesn't really work against a deck that plays 8 exile effects, essentially. 4 swords, 4 solitudes. And then your creatures, they're big, like they're not small by any means, but
I'm gonna try to swords to play.
they're not initiative big, especially with the +1/+1 counters from the dungeon.
Right.
Makes it a little bit hard to actually try and get get through.
Play a Tasmin stage and a Knight of the Reliquary.
Yes.
Go.
I'll play a Cavern of Souls, naming Elemental. Okay. I'm gonna switch your guy.
Yes.
Names Elemental with the Cavern of Souls. Interesting.
Okay, go ahead.
Draw.
Oh, you don't switch dungeons. Once you go into the dungeon, you can change which one you're playing. But you kind of don't want any other dungeon anyway, because the which dungeon is that again? Because it's really good. It has so much text. The Undercity. That's right. Let's see if
Go ahead.
it's on MTG bot or not.
Play Wasteland.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, in text form it's kind of bad though. But yeah, the Undercity is a really good dungeon. Really good dungeon.
Response to the ability of Minsk and Boo.
It's like
it's not part of the cost, right? The sacrifice.
Creature and then.
Gus, move out the way.
Because the thoughts maybe you can ask a judge.
Yeah.
Judge? Oh, sure.
So I think Gus wants to respond to the activation of Minsk and Boo, which he is right in that. You activate it, but then don't sack it yet. Then when that trigger resolves, then you sack it and you target someone, and then when that resolves, you do the actual damage. So Finn here has already -2 his Minsk and Boo, but technically the Boo is still on the field. So if Gus goes for a Swords to Plowshares, then this sucks to be Hamster Man.
That thing is good against me. No room for Caracas in this build.
Yeah, there's the front half of the initiative.
Yeah, Caracas is really good.
See if we can get the back half of up.
So the
yeah,
question
this is
he's
minusing Minsk and Boo to sacrifice my Boo token with 3
this
counters
is
on
not
it.
the matchup Finn is looking for, unfortunately.
If the sacrificing the Minsk and Boo is part of the cost or the resolution.
It's part of the resolution to sacrifice a creature.
okay. So I can respond to it, and
Also, welcome back, Duke.
Exile it in response, then the ability fizzles the trigger.
Well, he still gets to sacrifice a creature.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
There is a creature.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's like sacrifice a creature and then dust.
Yeah,
and when you do
Minsk and Boo is a really strong card, but there are definitely things you can do to improve your odds against it.
There's now a trigger on the stack that if it resolves, you have to sacrifice a creature. And if you do is because if there's no creature, we're not going to give you the rest.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is exile my Simian Spirit Guide.
Yes.
And I'll play.
Simian.
Go to
Hardcast Solitude.
And I'll play Solitude through the Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, Hardcast Solitude off of Simian
exile the
is
exile
uncounterable. Not that it matters. Oh, it matters for the color. The second white is coming off the Cavern of Souls.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had some great matches today. Had some fun painter. Lot of Infect. A lot of good matches of Infect as well. Yeah, so now not only does Finn not get any value off of flinging the Minskambu, but it also just straight up loses the Planeswalker.
I'll attack the Minskambu. Yes. Go to 14.
Does get
Turn.
in with the Wasteland, putting Gus at 2 mana.
Yep.
But I think I'd rather be Gus in this situation, to be fair.
I'll play Yavimaya. Go.
Also, if you missed any of the matches and would like to see them, the VOD will be available on YouTube at some point.
Attack.
You'll have to.
So 4/5.
Yep.
You'll have to follow the Bazaar of Boxes channel on YouTube
17.
to see it when it comes up.
Do it later. I'll play this on human.
Fair enough. There's an argument to be made of wasting before the fling, for sure.
Make my Testimony's face become a copy of the flag sounds. Sacrifice the flag sounds.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah,
Maybe Finn didn't consider the possibility there was going to be such a blowout.
I'll get a plateau.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the Solitude was just not in his mind at that point. Also, not the interaction with the -2 on Minskambu. Yeah.
Draw. Play Thespian stage and best turn.
Which, to be fair, is something that may not come up. And if you only play the deck in paper, then you may just not know. Because on Magic Online, you at least see the effect on the stack.
Lotus Pedal. And I'll play the Caves of the Chaos Adventurer.
Yes.
Looks like we have a Caves of Chaos Adventurer.
Sorry, I don't have a better token.
So aside from taking the initiative, it is a 5/3 Trampler.
So I'm gonna play.
And then when it attacks, you can play the top card of your library.
It's gonna be a plains. Right. Okay, your turn.
Yeah, correct. The Containment Priest doesn't work on the Merit Lage, but it's still a really good card here.
And I'll best turn.
I'm gonna go to Lost Will. Scry 2.
The Adventurer is also a really good card. Because it having Trample makes it so much easier to just keep the initiative. Or get it back if you lose it.
I'm gonna attack.
Before attacks.
Yep.
I want to Source Plowshare the.
Yep, sure.
Worth mentioning, the card on the screen right now is the Arena version, which is 1 mana more. I think the rest of the card is the same.
28.
The passive is worded a bit differently, but it's functionally the same card. Yeah, it's functionally the same card.
Palace Jader.
No, it's a 4 mana card, but on Arena they made it 5 mana.
And I'll end my turn.
Yes.
Yeah, the fact that a bunch of cards have 2 versions, one for paper and one for Arena, it makes things kind of awkward sometimes.
They've not been the greatest. Treasure.
Yeah, it's because it's full art.
Draw step.
Also, I just realized that we have Finn watching Finn. Nice. Approve. I mean, we can't see it, but they can. And it's still important that they keep track of the board state in that manner. In case anything comes up, because if you don't keep track of anything and a judge asks, yeah, whoever has it written down wins, right? Pretty much.
Pass the turn, I'll draw a card from the Monarch.
Yeah, that's a bit too late, I guess. I have a Minscan Boo.
Okay.
Another Minscan Boo, but don't think that's enough. Because Gus is already solidly in the dungeon. Is not in any risk of losing to losing the dungeon at this point.
This one can tap for green.
Yeah, proxies are allowed for this tournament. So there are
Get a hamster.
there are certain rules that they have to abide by for clarity's sake. It's the Mox Diamond looks fine. I don't know what those 2 tokens on Gus's board are.
Yeah, I'll sacrifice my Boo token to deal 1 to you.
He's gonna sack the 1/1 Boo, draw a card.
Drawing a card.
Gonna hope to draw something.
Okay, good game, man. Thanks.
And doesn't draw anything. Unfortunate. Yeah, like I said, I think this is a pretty poor matchup for depths.
Jammer voor jou inderdaad.
Ja, die kon helemaal niks mee doen.
Not as bad as straight up lands, but still not great.
Ik wist zeker dat je Solitude had daar, dus... Maar ja, ik wist niet precies hoe dat...
Omdat ik die Elemental, dat ding op Elemental speelde.
Ja.
Yeah, grats to Gus. I think it's maybe a bit too short time in the round to try and find a C match. But we'll at least have 2 more rounds of Swiss and then top 8 going. So everyone, thanks for watching. Again, if you missed anything, the VOD will be up on YouTube eventually on the Bazaar of Boxes channel.
Is voor jou inderdaad. Maar als je snelle Minsk hebt, dat kan wel werken.
Ja, ik had een turn 2 Minscan Boo. Maar ja, soort Plowshares zei er iets anders tegen.
Precies.
The tokens are beer maidens, really? Okay. Huh.
Ik dacht, nou, 1 soort Plowshares, nou, helemaal niet erg. Dan een Nightmare spelen. En dan
ja, precies.
Definitely. Thankfully, we have 4 Seasons, who is kind of stimulating Legacy on the European scale. Speaking of, this is a qualifier for the European Legacy Masters at the end of the year. So, yeah, Legacy is alive and well right now. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hi guys. Yeah, I know both these players. IRL. Alright, let's get started. Our 77 player tournament here in Tilburg, the Netherlands. The Bazaar of Boxes Series 7. We got 7 rounds today, and this is round 6. After that, we still have top 8. So that is getting pretty close. Let's see what we have here. On the left, we have Case, who is
So you roll the die?
Sure.
Make it even.
He's an experienced mono red stomp player. It's a pretty standard
Yeah, I would like to start then, please.
stompy list for the most part. There are some cute things in here. There's a playset of Case of Chaos Adventure in here, which we saw earlier today, as well as 2 copies of Lelia the Blade Reforged, which when it attacks, you exile the top card of your library and you can play it this turn. And when you put things from exile, you get a +1/+1 counter on Valia. So it's a bit of value as well as a threat that keeps growing. We'll have to see how that plays out. And then his opponent Werner is playing Mono Blue Painter Servant. Mono Blue is a deck that we haven't seen all that much historically. It's mostly been mono red or red white, but blue has been picking up some metagame percentage as of late. I'm actually not that sure why that is. I mean, mostly they've just been mixing the painter half with the 8 cast half. So let's see how that works out. Yeah, have a good night, Stefan. Thanks for coming in. So yeah, mono red versus mono blue. Should be pretty interesting.
Okay.
A lot of new cards between these decks as well. Interestingly enough.
Tap when you've got 3 artifacts on.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Draw.
We have, of course, Initiative from the red deck, but also Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a really nice addition to the deck. Unlicensed Hearse has done a lot
Faster.
for the mono red Stompy archetype.
Draw.
And then on the blue side, just having access to that much draw power in Thoughtcast and Thought Monitor just makes any kind of blue artifact strategy that much more consistent.
1 second.
Yeah, exactly. Like the big advantage of going blue over red, I think, is going to be drawing so many cards.
2 colorless.
Because the red version also has gotten a pretty decent beatdown plan. We've seen Furies, we've seen Chaos Defilers, but also just having access to Fable of the Mirror Breaker in Painter is pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
And of course, Goblin Welder and Goblin Engineer are still really good cards.
5 cards.
But there are definitely reasons to go blue. Emery's hell of a card. Of course, going Thoughtcast, Top Monitor, that kind of stuff.
This one.
As well as just having access to things like Force of Will and Metallic Rebuke.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so I'm just gonna write them down. 15.
yeah, I'm interested in seeing what we're going to be seeing out of this match, because I actually
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not sure how this is gonna go. Werner does have the advantage of playing. Wait, does he?
Mountain. Yep. Pay 2.
No, he's not playing main deck.
Shadows on 1.
Blue Blast. Oh, that would have been really good.
Sure.
Yeah, he's playing in the side. Which I would imagine, like, you're playing Painter, right? I don't know, it feels kind of naked playing Painter without blasts in the main. But yeah, Blue Blast is a lot worse than Red Blast just in the blind, to be fair. Yeah, exactly.
Buster. I'll go to 17.
Looks like Case is going to
It doesn't show here. Oh yeah.
play the Shadow Skull Smashing untapped.
I'd like to pay 3. Yeah.
3 mana.
I would like to cast an Lila.
And is going to play the Lilia, which we talked about earlier.
3 blue, or 2 blue and 3 colorless. I go to 16.
Pretty decent.
Yeah. Best friend to you.
Mid-range threat, good value engine.
Put you at 16.
Werner gonna hardcast a Force of Will in response.
Draw.
Which is actually... It's actually pretty nice that he was able to hardcast it. Just keeping his total cards in hand up, because the way he's probably going to win this is just having more... Well, just more than Case here. Just doing things. Like, when Case is top decking, he's probably in a worse spot here. Because Werner can just draw half his deck and he's still fine. But Stompy doesn't want to top deck. Having 4 Fables definitely helps. Having the initiative things going on, the Lelia, it's all pretty good, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Den of the Bugbear definitely helps. But that doesn't sound all too good when Werner just does the same thing but better.
Sure.
Would like to go to attack step?
Yep.
Swing for 1.
Go to 15.
Then in my second main phase, I would like to play Shadow Scroll tapped.
Yep.
And I'll pass turn 2.
Yep, this is definitely a meta where Blue Blast could probably be pretty good. We've seen Blue Blast come out of a couple decks so far. Even Lance is playing Blue Blast, so definitely pretty good here. As for are people playing Reanimator, I have seen no Reanimator at all, which is also kind of surprising. Maybe there's one that I missed, but I don't see it. Which is really surprising.
Mr. Bubble, you?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You've noticed they always have the auto wire. Well, I mean, if half your deck is cantrips, then yeah, you always have the auto wire, right? That's how that works. Okay, maybe not half, but you get the picture.
And I'll pass the turn.
Actually, maybe half. No, not half, not half.
It's indeed.
I mean, you got your Thoughtcast, your top monitors. You're playing your baubles. You're playing technically Emery digs through your deck.
You're at 15. You can make a construct, cost you 2 life, or.
Yeah, he did miss the trigger, I think.
It's gonna be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
6.
I'm surprised there's no Reanimator, because I do know that there are players in the country that play it, because Atraxa has a really good card. But just
I
nothing.
want to go to attack step.
Okay, sure.
I would like to swing for 6.
Maybe people don't feel comfortable enough with it.
Saga. Get a construct.
Yeah.
This 6/6.
Maybe the reanimated players all just got unlucky and couldn't come.
Yeah, there's 4 damage to that thing. It's bumped with 2.
Yeah.
So
Like we get a.
you take 2. You're gonna go to 13.
Yeah.
We get a construct. Gonna take out the rebel master here. Werner is slowly getting chipped down though, but.
Okay.
That's 2 damage. And already took 4.
I was gonna say does have a blocker, but he doesn't have a blocker anymore. I mean, he can make another one next turn if he wants to. I think he'll probably do that.
Then I would like to pay 2.
Given the board state.
Unlicensed first.
And the unlicensed hers.
Okay. Untap. Draw.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, that's probably the strongest part of Atraxa. The fact that you, at this point, you have such a wide diversity of reanimate targets that it's really hard to pick out any specific card. Like, it's really hard to shut down the deck when it does so much. Not sure why we're looking at a Minskenboo, but there's the arena version of Minskenboo.
Does have live link?
Yeah, trample and lifelink.
Yeah. Okay.
And +1/+1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. The unlicensers.
Play new Ursa Saga.
Okay.
It's gonna get pretty big, pretty fast. If Case can get some, keep some board presence here, which shouldn't be too hard. That Hearse could potentially
I'll just put the counters on it, not the +1 from there.
potentially keep him in this game, but he doesn't have a lot of time here.
6.
Like he has some time, but
5, 6, 7. It's a 7.
Yep.
that is a construct with the Shadow Spear on it. That is going to be a problem.
Is that better for the stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Better for the stream.
It was 7, right?
Yeah.
And 8 from the Shadow Spear itself.
Yeah, Archon of Cruelty is another really important card
Keep this one.
for Reanimator decks. Just one more thing that's really hard to play around compared to everything else.
Oh wait, yeah, the other one. Yeah. You're
Right.
Okay.
Looks like Case doesn't have Meltdown. He is playing Fiery Confluence though.
Yeah, go.
But he doesn't have those in the main. Only has 2 in the side. Does have 2 Pyroblasts, which are probably going to be good.
I'll just put him under here.
Like Red Painter. Like full black red or
draw.
just ley lines and defilers, because like it's technically black, but you don't really need the black at that point, right? Oh wait, you're going for Helm combo. Oh yeah, that's full on black red. Fair enough. If you're playing the Hand Disruption, yeah, Thoughtseize is still a pretty good card. I mean, it's kind of coming back. This card in general is kind of coming back. Feels like now that Uro is kind of settled into the format, we can maybe try and play some discard again.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay 3. I would like to hardcast Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, it's just a.
It's a 4/3. 5, 6.
Bunkers Giants. Pretty big creature. It's a 4/3 that when you target it, it deals
6.
I think
So
2
it's,
damage.
It's a 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
Yeah.
Yeah, also Express Federation being banned helps for sure.
Yeah, I'll pass turn to you.
Okay. Untap. Draw. This goes to 2.
Yeah, but it's also the combo decks where discard should have been good, right? But instead it wasn't because those decks started playing Veil of Summer.
I'm gonna attack.
Which, I mean, they're still playing it, but
8/8.
I feel like it's not as detrimental.
I would like to go to declare blockers.
Sure.
So we've got a big swing coming in here.
I'll crew this one.
Yep.
And I declare blockers and I'll eat 2 more of these. So I'll eat your.
Yeah, he's gonna
Bubble and your.
through the hearse, then grow the hearse, and hopefully try and
4.
block this construct,
Response to that.
which is not ideal. And it looks like Werner has a Ottawara in hand.
Okay.
Gonna bounce the hearse
One goes to my hand.
And
exiled or go back
that's
in exile. So.
that's a blowout. Because now
Then
trample
I'll
goes
take,
goes over the Bone Crusher Giant.
5 damage.
Yeah, 5 damage, and you gain 8.
Yeah.
Werner also gains 8 life.
I'm gonna go to 21.
This is a big swing. Scary stuff. Scary stuff.
Play a length for turn.
I do think there is a Dimir Shadow player playing in the tournament.
Go to 19.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, exactly. I was at 12, so.
But not Grixis. Legacy Death Shadow is usually Dimir.
And I choose blue.
Okay.
It's usually the modern version that is Grixis playing the Dragon's Rage Chandler and Teamer Battle Rage.
Let me see for.
Or red black. Yeah, that was a thing for a while. Right.
Okay,
I completely forgot that was like one of the best decks in Modern at some point.
4, 5, 6.
With the Scourge of the Skyclaves.
I would like to cast Chromox.
That resolves.
Okay. I'll imprint.
Why not Grixis and Legacy? Good question.
I would like to make 5 mana.
Because there are a lot of good red cards for sure.
Fury.
But there's also a lot of good blue cards.
Deal here.
You can just play Daze and Force of Will. Just play more of a full-on tempo deck instead of trying to.
I'll take 2 life, and I'll make another token.
I mean, you can play Grixis and still have a tempo strategy, I guess. It's just there's so many good blue cards between Daze and Force of Will. Makes your mana a bit easier.
And then I'll untap. Draw. Make another construct.
Yep.
Wait, did we just hit 1,000 followers?
Okay, let's go to the next game.
Nice.
I don't think I'll come back from this.
Nice. Thank you all for the follows.
Well played. Well played.
You never know what's coming out of your deck.
Sorry if I'm not commenting too much on the game.
Tokens, a lot of tokens.
Werner had a lot of constructs there, and just that's what I mean. When resources get used, Werner just keeps going, whereas Case kind of stumbles. There's too many dead draws at that point. So yeah, very clean game 1. We'll have to see how that ends up game 2. We kind of touched on the sideboard before. Not a lot of artifact hate for Case here, but plenty of red hate from Werner. So I think this might be a very tough little match here for Case. Yeah, it looks like they also missed two XLs.
Beautiful sounds of water hitting the glass already.
Oh yes.
It's a bit later into the day. It's already round 6. They've been playing all day. We don't have a judge available to keep an eye. So Mistakes sometimes just slip through the cracks, you know. It is what it is. But yeah, Blue being able to grind, that surprises no one, to be fair. That being said, like, Case does have a lot of things that help him try and power through, just they can't resolve. If Werner if Werner is smart about what he counters, he can pretty easily just run Case out of gas and just keep going. Yeah, if we ever manage to clone Rory, we'll have him as a coverage judge. But until then, we'll have to make do.
This time I would like to start, please.
You are allowed to.
Thank you. I deserved it, right? After
Yeah,
this
definitely.
beatdown from. And there's already a lot of comments about our misplays in the Bazaar of Boxes.
No, they are being gentle here.
Enchanted?
Gentle.
Oh, gentle. Oh, I thought enchanted by the beautiful decks that were playing.
Well, that's true because one is very foily.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah. It's MTG foil on YouTube. Check it out.
The last time I was on stream, I tried to Force of Will and Abrupt Decay, pitching a Force of Will.
Wow.
That was an awesome play.
It's a good one.
Yep. That was my first match of Magic after 18 years.
Let me see. What are the 4 and up looking like?
It's just
pinning
2 cards.
Okay, here you go.
Let's see. We got a couple painters. We have one Doomsday player today.
Yes, and that.
We have an Aluren player that's doing pretty well. And we have what's the deck name again? Mississippi River. Most people probably never heard of Mississippi River. It is a teamer deck that is built around creative technique, and it just tries to alternate between creative technique and cascade spells to put a bunch of creatures into play, give them haste, and then just go face. We've seen it on coverage already, and I suspect we're gonna see it again today, because it's doing pretty well.
There you go.
Now we'll definitely have
We
to
also
watch
have
the stream.
Infect doing pretty well.
Even though you were at the match.
I know. I'm gonna go to 6, probably, hopefully.
Live?
Yeah, to like to 6 cards with the mulligan. Let me check.
And we might see Maverick in the top 8, depending on how these last 2 rounds go.
I'll put 1 card on the bottom.
Yeah, we got some spice, for sure. And of course, Mono Blue Painter here. Which, I don't know if Mono Blue has overtaken Mono Red, or if Mono Red is still better, but they're both definitely really good.
Then I'll start. I'll start with an mountain and I'll pasture.
Okay, draw.
Yeah, Locked In is also doing pretty good, I think. Locked In right now is 3-2 on Infect, and then we have Sam Dams, who is 5-0 on Infect. We've seen both of them play on the coverage, both of them winning their match. So, yeah, that Skrelv from Infect is really, really good,
Embry.
for sure. People like Blue Painter over 8 cast these days. I'm not sure, actually. Because we also have a couple 8 cast players and a couple Red Painter players. I think
How many cards
I
left?
think Blue Painter is maybe a better version of 8 cast, and not necessarily a better version of Painter. But it's kind of hard to tell. It's doing work here though, that's for sure.
City of Traitors?
Yep.
Would like to exile Simeon Spirit Guide.
Yeah, you do kind of miss the chalices. That is a thing.
Fury Confluence.
Then I'm gonna use
There's like Fiery Confluence here from
Colors mana.
Case.
Tap this for 1 mana.
One of 2 that he's playing,
We're gonna
Target that.
which is looks like gonna get rebuked.
how many cards left in hand?
2.
Pass turn.
Fiery Confluence definitely a strong card here, but
Goes to 2.
Yep.
yeah, Case is not playing a lot of artifact hate for sure. No meltdowns, no
Yep.
no other artifact hate other than just the 2 confluence, and he's already used one.
Bubble targeting you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Go.
Untap.
Drawing for bubble.
Yeah, draw.
Yeah, I agree with you, Robert. I think it's fair to say that Blue Painter is the better 8 cast, and then Red Painter is the better painted deck for sure. Maybe as the meta shifts, that changes, because I do think they are still somewhat close.
Yes.
But for now, at least, I think that is definitely the case.
Grindstone.
But again, the meta is kind of volatile at this point, so it's hard to say how things are going to turn out. Chalice is definitely a nice card to have against combo and Delver, but having a combo also helps a lot, and it's a pretty consistent combo as well. So
I'm gonna pay 3. I would like to play Fable. Trigger.
It kind of depends on the meta. Like, is it better to slow your opponent down, or is it better to try and do your own thing? Which at the moment it might be better to just do your own thing, but that's not necessarily going to be the case in a couple weeks. You know what I mean?
I'll pay 2 life. Going to 18.
Yeah, red is definitely harder to play.
Making a construct.
Yeah.
Has a lot of angles and decision making that really matter.
This goes to 3.
Yep.
Make another construct. And I'm gonna search for an artifact.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you play the main deck Pyroblasts, but they're not good in every matchup. So you need to kind of assess, is this going to be a Pyroblast matchup? Do I have maybe a discard outlet, because you do have the Furies and the Fables to get rid of it?
I've got 1 loads battle.
But a lot of that decision making also comes down to, what do I expect to draw for the next few turns? And that's not very intuitive. Like, that takes a couple reps, for sure.
Mm,
1, 2, 3, 4. 4
Yeah.
fours.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be on 16. I think they misstepped one,
Also an
which
artifact?
Nope.
they should see in
So
a
they're
moment.
four.
As soon as the live total changes, they probably will see it.
Two-time activation of your
Two,
agent to-
two time.
Thank you.
All right.
Lotus pedal.
Yep.
Casting lotus pedal.
Let's see what
Oh, doom here.
Werner's looking to do here. He's gonna up the dorks.
And I'll attack for 5.
I'll take 5.
Gonna swing in.
15.
Yep.
I'll pay 1 life for a blue. 14. Thought cost.
Yep.
Draw 2.
Yep.
Werner just going through the motions at this point. It looks like he does have a force blue card in case anything happens.
Paying 1 green.
Case is going to be able to
Sacrifice
improve his hand somewhat next turn.
Okay.
Oh no, he isn't. Because the Haywire Might is gonna.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now.
Yeah.
Back at 5. Okay.
And I'll get 2 life from the high might. So we're at 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad Painter is back too, because I really like the deck.
Untap, draw.
It was my first Legacy deck, and I really like the play patterns. There's a lot of interesting decision making, and Goblin Welder is just a really fun card to play with. It's like it's Mother of Runes, but it asks more of you. And I kind of like that.
I would like to go to attack step.
Okay.
Swing for 2. Trigger.
Yeah, when your deck is playing 7 Pyroblasts in the main, then there's definitely nothing wrong with that format. Nah, Legacy's fine right now. Legacy's fun. It's diverse. People are trying things.
I would like to make 3, 4.
And I hope it stays that way for at least a little bit.
Play mountain. 5 mana. I would like to play
5 mana for Case here. Gonna hardcast Fury.
brutal. Brutal. This is brutal.
Get forced, yeah.
Yeah.
Case is getting absolutely destroyed here. Lost his Fable before he was able to
Then it's your turn.
rummage away. Yeah, City gets sacrificed. The Fury gets forced. There's a bunch of creatures on the field.
This is not exiled.
Yeah, this is a massacre. Good God.
Which one was it?
The Fable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Werner can just recast the Haywire Might. I think the Fable's exiled, right?
Targeting a Thought Monitor.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Fable is exiled.
Yeah, I believe it. We'll continue, but I think you've got it.
Okay. Draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got now 1, 2, 3.
Meta was unhealthy when all red decks played Price of Progress.
6.
I mean, they're still playing Price of Progress, right?
I'll pay 2 mana.
I mean, when I play, they all have Price of Progress. Apparently.
Play Painter.
Yep.
On blue.
Because of all the 4-color, 5-color decks, as well as lands.
Soul Guide Lantern.
Yep.
Taking the Fury
Ooh.
away.
Okay.
I really love that poker chip on the Painter Servant. The denote color.
Swing in for
It's one of the
Congratulations.
one of
Oh,
the
thank you.
WotC
Well done.
chips they released.
I hope we're gonna meet in the top
It's
8.
really
and
really
I'll
clear. I like
beat
it.
your ass.
Yeah, Case has decided he's had enough because there's just nothing here.
Yeah, it was so hard. I removed
Then
a
they're
lot
just
of cards.
drew
I'll
everything.
show you what I put in. What I put it in. Also Fiery Confluence.
Yeah, that's always good.
Yes, it's very good. And
I
Source of
like
Spiders.
Pokemon Energy. Oh.
I was really hoping to find a Blood Moon because your constructs were growing so hard.
Yes.
And
Yeah, Painter looking incredibly strong.
Max of the Moon.
So, GG's. I think Case may still have a shot if he wins next round, but I'm not too sure on that. I am never good at.
And another one, so that's what I bought.
I'm never good at this standings math. I wait for the standings to come up and then I'll decide what to do then. Usually. Oh, Painter spiked. Way you go. Painter spiked when it was unbanned in Commander. That's when I think just shut up.
The live today. I was at 16.
I took this out.
Also, it has been a while since it got a reprint. Also, it doesn't help that the last reprint was Masterpiece from Kaladesh, which is that one's absurdly expensive.
That would save me a lot of time.
Yes. And
$70 help if that
but
in
I
a
did
moment.
find them, and I mulliganed once, but I'm not gonna do it again. The first one I had the Magus of the Moon, but the Magus of the Moon I had only 2 mana on my hand, so I just didn't want to take the risk.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
No, wait, actually, I think they had a secret lair version. I think about it,
I think I'm now.
which also doesn't help.
To
To say that you're in the top 8.
to ID.
Yeah.
That is my
I need
first
to win
idea.
one more time.
What's the
and perhaps
promo?
I'm lucky enough.
I know there was something in the last few months, right?
Better at this stuff than me to see if I'm actually okay to ID. I think I should be.
I don't know. We were at table 2, so we're one of the best 4 players.
I haven't lost.
Oh, was a judge promo.
And 1 draw.
Yeah, that, and it's an old border painter servant on top of that. Yeah, that thing's gonna be hella expensive.
You're one of the good ones.
After this, we have top 8, and looks like both of these players are still live for top 8. So this one's for all the marbles.
Highest.
Yeah, we have Mark, who we saw at the beginning of the day, playing Mississippi River is what I believe is the official name. It is a combo deck that is based around creative technique, which is sort of a cascade mechanic, but it doesn't look at the converted mana cost of the card. So you try to bounce between creative techniques and a bunch of cascade creatures to put as many creatures into play as possible, and then either give them haste or cast an Emrakul and take a bunch of turns. Which apparently he's been doing pretty well today. 4-1-1 is no score to scoff at for sure. But Bjorn is no slouch today either, who is playing Mono Red Painter, a deck that has really taken off again in the recent years. Well, in recent months, I should say. A lot of good printings: Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Ursa Saga, Phyrexian Dragon Engine, Goblin Engineer, Chaos Defiler. It's just so much to love here. But not necessarily lining up against a mostly red combo deck.
So we'll go to the bottom.
So we're gonna have to wait and see. I think Mark is gonna be favored here, but it's not impossible for Bjorn. For sure. Fury, yeah, definitely a recent printing that has helped the deck a lot. Painter has kind of moved away from the all-in combo deck that it was just, a year or two ago, and it's more of a full-on mid-range deck at this point that also has a combo finish. But mostly it does a lot of sweet things, and those sweet things do just a whole lot. So
Play Crystal Vein.
Mark has a bunch of depletion lands here.
For this one to create 6 mana.
Makes 6 mana. Looks like a
Boarding party. And when I'm casting it, the cascade trigger goes on the stack.
a boarding party here on the stack by Mark. It's a 6 mana 6/3 with haste and most importantly cascade. Cascade can
Casts into a creative technique. If you want, you can take a look at the piles.
Yeah.
And I'll explain.
Okay,
creative
so
technique
the
and you
6
can
mana
leave creative
cascade
technique.
spells
Take your time for it.
all cascade into the creative technique. And there are a bunch of 6 mana cascade spells.
I'll shuffle this randomly.
Aside from that, there's also Maelstrom Wanderer, which is 8. And then, of course, Embercool, which can only be found off creative technique. And since you cast it with
It's on the stack.
with
and
the
I'm
creative
casting it,
technique,
I'm gonna choose
you do get the extra turn. So it is just straight up winning you the game at that
stack is
point.
now boarding party into creative technique, into my copy of creative technique, into a copy for you. And then basically that means that we resolve your copy first, but of course you're free to
Yeah, the
interact or do
the
anything.
demonstrate mechanic means that you can, when you cast it, you can copy it, but your opponent gets a copy. Which, in most cases, your opponent is not going to get a very relevant card from the matchup, right?
Paying his mana, 'cause it
But
also
you
means
certainly
can
are.
cast spells on instant speed, basically.
So, even though you only play the 4 technique, you're playing a virtual 8, which also makes it really hard to
deck, but
try and
discard it is
counter
fine for me.
these
It's up to
creative
you.
techniques. Also, an advantage for the deck is if you already have a playset of City of Traders, I think it's a pretty cheap deck actually. Maybe a couple of hundred.
I have no way of knowing what's in there. If you agree with cutting it,
No, let's go.
Which, like, City of Traders is most of what that deck's price goes for.
Recluse. This will have cascade on the trigger, so I go into it.
So the cascade card that Mark found was Sweet Gum Recluse, which is a spider that puts 3+1/+1 counters on all your other on all creatures as it enters the battlefield. So it's a way of making them just a little bit bigger.
I will
do the same.
Also,
Yeah, I will
reach.
create another copy. So
Probably not going to be relevant, but
This is
it does have reach.
yeah,
To be
for me
fair.
it depends on you. You can cast that if you want.
We get
I will just cut it.
a pretty complex stack here.
To go into a Let the Galaxy Burn. That will deal 2 damage to all creatures that didn't enter the battlefield this turn. Basically, it does nothing, but it's gonna cascade.
So yeah, all you're doing at this point is just bouncing between cascade spells and techniques, and then hopefully getting the right combination of cards,
Creative technique.
One more.
which it is possible to fizzle out, I think,
Create another copy. This is the copy that's still on the stack.
because you are playing. You need
You'll
1
get
out
another
of
copy.
5
Yeah, go ahead.
in a pool of 14 cards. 14.
Yeah, you can cast that.
No, a pool of 16 cards.
Okay, then I'll
So you
get
need
creative technique.
1 of 5 out of 16. You get 8 looks, so it should be doable.
Into a Phoenix.
Yeah, the deck on the left is officially called Mississippi River. But it's a cascade combo deck that tries to use creative technique. Just put a bunch of creatures into play, give them all haste, or just take an extra turn.
it is.
Yep.
So we'll go in stack, and I'm just gonna give myself a moment to think
I'm
if I'm
going
gonna
to-
copy it. Just right now.
Put this in my copy thing, because I think this command is going to get a lot of value this
Yes,
game.
I'm gonna copy it.
Sure.
And
Which
then
is just-
you can do it.
I'm already shuffling.
Of course, a mono red deck is not going to do a whole lot against a stack like this, but as we
This will
saw
basically
in
resolve this creative
round
technique.
1,
Yeah, because
even if you have
my copy.
double counterspell, it's still possible for this deck to just go off anyway.
Which color do you choose?
Ideally, you want a mind break trap,
Top creative technique.
which,
This would come
let me
like this.
check.
That will cascade,
Yes,
but there's no target,
you're
no valid
is
targets
playing
in my
mind
deck
breaker
anymore.
this side.
What I can do is I can present my whole deck. You can take me for the word, or you can.
What happens after?
Basically, I'll go to the next creative
Yeah,
technique.
okay, the cascades all fail now.
Not necessarily. It depends on the cost of the cascade.
Yeah, of course.
But the six
The
ones.
six
will-
one, yeah, okay, that's basically what I'm asking. So, if you flip a 6 mana cascade, we can just
Oh
ignore
yeah,
it
to
and
be
then
fair,
next
if you
one.
flip
I'll do that creative
into
technique.
So
Maelstrom Wanderer, you can still
that
cascade
resolves
into
now then,
a
basically.
Yeah, so this
drop,
is a creature
and
now
then
on the
the
battlefield, and
creative.
then this is on stack.
Yeah, the idea is once you have a bunch of creatures, Maelstrom Wanderer gives them haste, plus it puts more of them into play, or you just hard cast an Emrakul, which can only be found off of the creative technique. But it's then cast. So there is that.
Maelstrom Wanderer.
Cascading.
Cascading.
Yeah, so the Maelstrom
This is
Wanderer
now
comes in,
resolved. Put
all his
it in the
creatures
graveyard.
are
This
gonna
will
have
go
haste and
random
gonna be
to
able
the
to
bottom.
attack.
And this will create two new cascade paths because it's cascade. I'll start with the top cascade.
Sure.
Yeah, I think game 1 is gonna go to Mark.
That's 8.
I'm pretty sure there's not a whole lot that Bjorn
Phoenix
can
will
do in this
fizzle and
situation.
cascade.
Yeah, but it will be a creature again. So
Yeah,
is
that
this
resolves
this is
them.
resolving.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Then this cascade.
Yeah, if
Another
you
Phoenix.
like cascade triggers, then
Yeah,
this deck is for you.
Put that there. So on the battlefield in a second.
Yeah, this is
And then we'll
great.
start
This-
going
I
back.
love
This will
looking at this.
resolve. This will resolve. Then we'll go to this creative technique, which I had a copy from.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll cut my deck.
Single counterspell, most cases, isn't going to be enough.
By the glare, I couldn't
In
even
some
see the
cases,
boarding
even
party.
double counterspell isn't enough. Like,
So
double
I'll fizzle.
counterspell gets you for a turn,
The boarding
but
party
you can
will
just
resolve.
play the next card and try again.
Galaxy Burn will resolve, but it basically will do nothing.
Like, there is
Then we'll go to another creative technique.
a point to where you actually lose too many cards. I think. Like, I don't know what the fail rate is on this deck,
Another Maelstrom Wanderer.
but Cascade is just a
This
really
creative
consistent
resolve
mechanic.
will go randomized to the bottom.
Yeah, technically the technique itself is still on this. No, it's not good.
No, because
no,
that
that's
cost
the
us-
effect of the
yeah.
technique, not the cascade. Yeah, sure.
Two cascades.
Also,
I'll do
like,
the top one first.
you are basically a
party.
turn 3 combo deck.
Goes to the bottom.
You
Yeah,
play a
cascade fails again.
bunch of depletion lands and soul lands
Got
to
the
try
Galaxy
and
Burn.
get through.
Yeah, 6 mana cascade and does some damage, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
the deck is
everything
playing
entered the
40
battlefield
lands
this turn,
so
because
so
it only really needs the
the
one
Wanderer
card
comes
to
into play,
resolve,
but
right?
the legendary rule applies.
So one dies.
I will choose to
doesn't
get rid
matter.
of that.
Like,
Then
Cascade is really hard to
the
interact
Rakdos
with,
says when it enters, all
and
creatures that enter the battlefield
creative
this turn
technique
get
is really
plus
hard to
3, plus
interact
3.
with.
Okay.
So everything has +3/+3.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put some dice on it.
And that's counters or till end of turn?
That's +3/+3 counters. You can read it, of course.
Okay.
Then we'll go to the last creative technique.
Yeah, they also all get
shuffle, I guess.
+3/+3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead here. But I think he just really wants to see the deck in action so he has an idea of what it is that he's going to have to do at this point. Because if you've never seen this deck in action, just let it do its thing, man.
Another Maelstrom Wanderer.
Because we're still resolving the stack.
basically all lands.
That's the messed up part.
This one's
We've been resolving the stack for like 5 minutes already.
Another boarding party, which then comes on the stack. This goes to the bottom.
Sure.
More cascades.
To be honest, I think there's only one more valid target.
This has to be like the
there's one more
16th
there's
cascade
one more
he's
valid
resolving at
target
this point.
that I can still count.
I'll
sorry.
find the example list.
Yeah, the 4 boarding.
Hang on.
So that was that dice.
And then this one.
Yeah.
Because I can't give you his
then I would like
exact
to go-
list.
so
I
everything
do have
resolved, and I would
a
like- oh, this
similar
also gives
list,
a +3
at least
combat
similar enough
stuff,
for
so
you
yeah.
to see what
Then
the
I would
deck
like to go for
is
combat.
Okay, so
trying to do.
this all has haste. The boarding parties have haste then?
Let's have haste, flying, cascade reach, and then cascade reach.
And those have haste as well?
Yeah, those have haste as well.
24.
Yeah, at some
Technically, I
point you
feel
just run
obliged
out of
to say
cascade
so
targets, right?
You're asking me. I think I should give. This is giving all my creatures haste. So this Maelstrom Wanderer is giving all my creatures
sorry,
haste.
I thought they were these have haste by themselves.
Those have haste by themselves, indeed.
That's why I figured.
Yeah.
So before we go to combat, let's see if this does anything. I'll blast that.
Yeah.
Ooh. Monster Wanderer is blue.
Still dead, but okay. Dus dan komen deze, those four
So
counters.
a bunch of them now lose
If I
haste.
can go to combat from you.
1 sec. Yep, let's go.
Okay.
I think he only has boarding parties left. Yeah. All he has is the 6/3s.
9, and you're on how many lives? Sorry. 20, yeah?
Kingdom Jun, the left side, basically cascaded for like 10 minutes until his entire deck was in play, and unfortunately only half the board has haste at this point. Yeah, not hitting the Emrakul is just unlucky. I guess that's part of the fail rate of the deck. And then Maelstrom Wanderer is, of course, blue, so it gets blasted. You still have 24 power attacking Hasty. He still has a deck, so he can just attack next turn. He has a bunch of flyers. Oh, he has 30 power attacking.
Then
this will kill this first.
Yeah, with first double strike.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'll take 15.
That's true.
I'll go to 5.
Yeah, all of this is just a bunch of cascade triggers, them bouncing off of creative technique.
And then I passed.
Yeah, he may have missed the Fury trigger. It's possible. Like, that thing has been on the field for so long at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if they just missed it. Oh, actually, I think they missed a couple of +3/+3 counters as well. By playing Sweet Gum Recluse, that's the green creature, you get to put +1/+1 counters on all your other creatures, or creatures that entered the battlefield this turn, I should say, which they all entered the battlefield this turn, but it kind of depends in which order they all came in.
Lost it.
Let's see if we can get creative technique on screen here. But yeah, you cascade through as many cards until you hit the creative technique, then the creative technique resets your cascades, and you just keep doing that. Oh yeah, we have the Sweet Gum Recluse. That puts a bunch of counters on everything. Yeah, it's possible it's some layering thing. Like, there were 20 things on the stack at some point. Like, I'm sure there was a Sweet Gum Recluse somewhere that didn't do its thing when everything was not everything was there at that point. There's so much has been happening. Again, this is it was a really complicated stack. I mean, it has a bit of a sideboard, to be fair. we saw the Progenitor Ooze come in during round 1, where it was just a much easier target to hit. Like, if you think you're not getting both your creative techniques, you can just go for a Progenitor Ooze and make sure you at least have something. There's also some stifle things. You have the Mirror Shell Crab in the side. So you can still counter things without actually ruining your cascades most of the time. Yeah, this deck's fun. If you've never seen this deck before, this deck is fantastic. Okay, we are going to game 2. If you enjoy resolving cascade triggers, this is your deck right here. It's just you cascade as much as possible, then you hit creative technique, which then starts your loop all over again. You put as many creatures into play as possible. If possible, you pump them, give them haste, maybe you take an extra turn. I'm not sure if we have all the cards. Maybe we don't have creative technique? I mean, it's a commander card, so it's possible it's not on Magic Online. Which would be a shame, honestly. I do think we have everything else, though. I'm pretty sure we have all the other cards. But no, we don't have Let the Galaxy Burn in Magic Online. Which you don't have on the sample list, but is in the deck that Mark is playing. Let the Galaxy Burn is also just a 6-mana cascade spell that does 2 damage to each creature that didn't enter the battlefield this turn. So it's a bit of extra value. It's another cascade spell. All right, so looking at sideboards, yeah, what can a painter deck do against this? Good question. Mindbreak Trap, for sure. Mindbreak Trap is fantastic. We had like 20 things on the stack earlier this game, so just Mindbreak Trap your whole stack away. It just completely wrecks the deck. And Snaring Bridge might work if it's fast enough. Like, if you play it off of an Ancient Tomb or a City of Traders, then maybe. You are on the play, so it's possible. Like, Mark has pretty much 40 soul lands. Let's be honest. So, like, he's still a turn 3 combo deck, even with all those lands. So on the play, definitely. On the draw, only if it's fast enough. Other than that, Thorn of Amethyst might actually be a good one, because you are trying to cast non-creature spells. To be fair, that is really important. That could be very dangerous. Okay, so yeah, Bjorn has a lot going for him here. There's a lot that can go wrong with Mark's deck. But other than that, it's really consistent. So how is Mark going to interact with that?
Very satisfying.
I could see him bringing in Tybalt's Trickery just as a counter spell.
Should be sufficiently.
I don't think this is a matchup per se, but it could be. Like, because of the Thorn.
After so many
Maybe be.
playing Magic, also we're all
We'll have to
both
see.
kind of difficult route, always barely
that,
gonna make it or barely not gonna make
have
it.
to wait and see,
Really
I
long
think.
runs today.
Yeah.
Really long rounds. Here you go.
Yes, you too. Yes.
We do not have online standings, I think. Maybe Marvin or Ruben can correct me on that, but I don't think there are public standings. Yeah, there are a lot of ways of potentially attacking the deck, for sure. But I do think that even when under attack, the deck can still do quite well. So we'll have to wait and see. Very interested in seeing how Bjorn is gonna tackle this.
I'm still thinking about my hand for a moment.
Yeah, no.
Looks like Bjorn is going to 6 and Mark is still thinking about it.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm going to keep my hand, by the way. Sure.
Yeah, Emrakul does shuffle the deck back in. Oh, that's... Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a problem.
Yeah, I'll keep. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I mean, Bjorn is playing Soulkite Lantern and maybe bringing in for Fairy Macabre, but you really don't want to bring in fairies here. Yeah, it's the Lantern is basically a free roll, but
Before you play, I would like to reveal a gemstone caverns.
it is definitely a potential problem here.
Exile a mountain. Yeah, I'll just do it like this, sideways.
Yep.
Well,
So you can win through the Emrakul, but the Emrakul does potentially buy Mark the time he needs to go off anyway. So yeah, this feels like it's a very volatile matchup. Okay, so the Ursa Saga does come down. Painter Servant.
Resolves. Okay.
So, oh, there's the possibility that Bjorn doesn't know Emrakul's a thing. If he doesn't know this deck, he didn't see it game 1. Yeah, Mark could always just have it in hand. Sure. But if it's in deck and Bjorn doesn't know... Oh, he has seen it? Oh, yeah, of course. We've been cascading for 20 minutes, of course. Okay, yeah, he must have seen it, right? If he was paying attention, then he saw it. Like, at some point, like the 7th cascade, you may decide, you know what, I don't care what's in your deck. But, like, I expect Bjorn to have looked at it. Like, Bjorn's a pretty good player. Like, and he's doing really well, so... yeah, he probably knows. Okay, Thorn of Amethyst is coming in. Definitely, definitely gonna help there.
Draw for turn.
Mark could decide to just wait a turn or two, get another soul land or depletion land, and just go through the thorn.
There you go.
That's cool, huh?
Yeah.
Right? Because I think at the end of the day, all you really need is just 4 extra, and you still do everything you did game 1.
Oh, float mana.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is playing Otawara, that also helps.
Grindstone.
Yeah, there's a lot here. Also, Bjorn gonna bring in the Grindstone floating 1 mana. Maybe he goes for it?
Sure. I just automatism. Wanted to
This
cut
is the floating
mana. Yeah.
Can I, let's just put it there for
Is that a soul? I think he has Soulguide Lantern in hand. Oh, that would be incredible if he has. Oh no! Oh, but the Thorn! He has to wait a turn. Oh, so Thorn is actually keeping the combo off the field. Unless, of course, Mark has the one of Emrakul in his hand, but are you going to assume that he does? Like, are you just going to make him have it? No. Like, you have to wait a turn here, right? I think he has a land, but if he has a soul land, no, he still can't go off.
Spears, you can exile a card from a graveyard. Okay. So
Yeah, no, there's.
exile each opponent's graveyard.
Or it's Ancient Tomb. Oh wait, he does have a Simian. If he has Ancient Tomb Simian, he could actually try. Simian looks like Simian Red Blast.
Yep.
One other card.
It's 1 out.
Yep. 19.
Yep. Untap.
Yeah, it's just gonna swing and pass the turn. Is he holding a land? I'm not sure. I don't know what that third card is. I know it's a Simian Spirit Guide, a red Elemental Blast, and then something else.
You have how many cards on hand?
3.
So now Bjorn missed the land drop. And maybe Mark thinks that, oh, he missed the land drop. I can try. No, he can still top deck a land. That's silly. I think Mark has to just go for it here. Ancient Tomb.
Just hold it for 1 more second.
I think he can just keep going at this point.
Yes, I'm definitely going to play that.
Okay.
I think.
Then I'll use.
I
this
think
one for
even
red,
with the Thorn, he can.
for 2 blue.
He can get all his creative techniques on the stack.
And this one for 2. Then I have 7 mana.
17.
And with 1 mana floating still, I would like to cast a. Let me give me 1 second to think about which one I'm going to cast.
Oh, he's thinking about Cascade Spell. Oh, wait, there is one problem. 2 of his Cascaders are sorceries. He's playing 2 copies of Let the Galaxy Burn, which is a sorcery.
Now I'm going to do the boarding party. 1 more floating. This doesn't count.
No.
Then the Cascade goes on the stack.
Go Cascade.
Oh, this could be really bad. Okay, I assume that we're gonna go into creative. Yeah. I don't know what he bought it in. I honestly don't know. Maybe he didn't go for the Tybalt's trickery.
Seriously honest, I'm not quite sure what actually happens now. So maybe it's good if we clarify it or even call a judge.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, this costs one more, the same as Talia, which would do it with Cascade, but I'm not 100%, so if you want to call judge, sure. Let's
yeah, I don't
it
think...
because it's both an important. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do
Better
it
to be
wrong,
safe
you
than
know?
sorry, so I
think
think
I'm
a
definitely
judge here.
sure. I think I have to pay it as well, but
I think
if in the end
copy-
it's not,
Yeah,
which
then
I've had
then it's a big
Yes.
then it's a big
it's
if.
just-
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
so
mistake.
I had it once before winning in, and I made a mistake because I assumed something worked that way,
Mhm.
and then in the end it didn't seem to work that way.
Okay, sure, cheers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the copy is just put onto the stack and is actually cast, so you don't have to pay 2 extra. You only have the 1 extra of the Thorn of Amethyst.
Creature's been cast, Cascade trigger on the stack, resolving the Cascade trigger, hitting this.
Okay.
1 mana floating. Just a question, so we all on the same page. Thorn is on the battlefield. Does this stack supply to that?
Yes.
So you need to pay the 1. Okay.
So if I want to cast this, I need to pay 1 extra.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the free cast is everything in the top right, and then you 1 more.
Yes.
And if I would create a copy, then he would also have to pay 1 extra because this is all.
Yeah.
No, because copying it means to just put a copy on the stack.
Okay.
This doesn't instruct you to cast the copy, so
Okay.
it's
So
free.
for the copy, I will also not have to pay the tax.
Correct.
Okay. Then I will pay the 1 floating mana for the tax, and then
1 second.
It looks like the judge agrees with me. The copies are not cast. Yeah, no, it's about the copy.
When you cast this spell.
No problem.
So I'm gonna choose
So
to
this
copy.
is good.
So
Then we get copies.
you do pay the 1 off the cascade, and both players do get the copy without having to pay extra.
Your copy resolves
So
first.
let's resolve this first.
You should officially shuffle
Let's
your
do
deck.
that.
I'm not sure if you.
No, everything's still random. I have no knowledge, but let's shuffle it.
Thank you, Rory.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
There you go.
I'm glad we.
Yeah, for the final round of an ELM qualifier, you just make sure you get it right.
Blue again. And then just 1 second, Rory, because then something comes up again.
There's no counters on.
No, this is exiled. Don't worry.
Okay,
Don't worry. So my copy now resolved. I'm hitting this. This is a creature, so we're casting that. That's not an issue as well.
Sure.
So if this copy now hits a spell of his deck, is the spell that's being cast then, is that text?
Yes, because you're casting the exiled
Okay,
card.
so if you hit a non-creature with this, that's a text. Okay,
Yeah.
sure, that's
Yes.
good. Yep. Okay.
I'm gonna do the.
Yep.
Thanks.
Glad we're all
You're
clear
welcome.
on that.
If you need me, just call me.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, this can potentially
Another creative technique.
end up fizzling out. Ooh, that's a creative technique hitting a creative technique. That's not what you want to see here.
Let's go.
If I want to cast it, I'm going to have to pay 1 extra.
Yep.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to sack this land. It's going to create 2 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
think
this
you have
land
to
will
pay the
then
1
go to
extra.
the graveyard. I will
I-
choose to pay 1.
If you don't, you're not getting the card. That's for sure.
We'll create another copy.
Copy.
You-
Yeah.
You just have to try at this point.
If you cut the deck for me, it's fine.
Okay, here we go. There we go.
Another painter. Well,
It's very blue now.
yeah.
Okay,
Triple blue. This copy.
That's a lot of painters.
Officially have to shuffle, so I cut. You can shuffle if you want.
If we get a second grindstone, we have a full house.
No, it's okay. To Maelstrom Wanderer.
Yeah, Maelstrom Wander's a really good hit here.
It will create.
That
2
is
cascades.
probably the best possible hit here.
Let's do this.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean,
think it's
Emrakul
good
will
for the
probably
stream,
be
but
fine
also
as
for
well.
us.
yourselves.
Yeah. So I'll start with the top cascades.
But-
Three.
Getting 2 more cascades, putting a bunch of creatures in.
It's a Phoenix. The Phoenix will cascade, so this will go shuffle to the bottom.
I know you're gonna see the deck in action, I think. There's the Emrakul. Go right past that.
creative technique.
And then
This to the top. This
then
randomizer.
the Aurora Phoenix cascades into the third.
I'm gonna pay 1 extra for it, and I'm gonna think about for a moment if I want to create a copy.
You just go for a copy here, right?
Because you have no mana right now. No, you have no mana open, so there's a chance I can give you mana. That's the thing I have to be careful for. And you're on 20 life.
Does it matter whether you give the copy or not? I don't think so. No, actually, yeah, he's thinking about what happened game 1. The Maelstrom Wanderer dying. They're all losing haste.
I'm not sure.
So, and this was your second mana that was still floating, so that mana.
King and John, we'll have to see.
No more mana.
Okay.
That's as far as you can see that I can.
Yeah, no worries.
We're gonna have to wait and see what top 8 is gonna be and what players decide. I hope they decide to play it out, even if they split. But we'll have to wait and see.
That one's resolved. This go random to the bottom. Double cascade for the Wanderer. The Recluse. That's going to cascade into the last creative technique I have. Is that correct? Last one? 1, 2, 3? Yeah.
Probably,
Yeah. Yeah, I hope they play it out. They did last time, so.
Yeah. Doing it for good measures.
Yep.
I'm not going to be able to cast that because I have no mana.
It does not stay in exile.
To the bottom,
You shuffle it with the rest of the cards at the bottom.
That cascade. The Phoenix.
Like, I think functionally,
This comes
it doesn't
down to
matter at the end of the day. But
because we're finishing that.
this goes now to the bottom. The Phoenix
yeah, no,
comes
if
in
you
the
don't cast the card
battlefield,
off
the
of
Wanderer comes into the battlefield.
the cascade,
This one comes into the battlefield, and we go to.
it
that.
just shuffles to the bottom.
This only sees itself because everything else is after. Yeah. Okay.
So then we go to this cascade branch that's still there. No shuffling with cascade, just flipping. A boarding party. To the bottom, randomize, I guess. It's 3 cards, but yeah, whatever. This will resolve. This will resolve, and the legend rule will apply. I will destroy that one. Then a creative technique.
So it's actually well played by Mark to not give the extra copy to Björn. But fortunately for Björn, he does have the Simeon in hand. Yeah, you can't play around that. So after Mark is done here, he's probably going to move to combat, at which point we're going to see Björn take out Maelstrom Wanderer. They all lose haste. Except for the boarding party.
Last creative technique.
But boarding party by itself is not going to do much here. Oh yeah, he can't because Storm.
So it's cost.
You're
so
right.
Another turn.
Okay, then we're done.
Wait.
Cheers. Good games, man. Sorry.
Björn loses because of his own thorn.
Geen landrop op beurt 3. Dat was hem.
Yeah, because then you could have gone.
Oh, that's
so
unfortunate.
Can you to be really honest, can you explain how that would have gone? So
It probably the chances are I still lose because you need a second activation then. You activate Grandstone, everything mills, he hits the graveyard.
Then everything gets shuffled back in.
Trigger on stack, exile the graveyard.
Yeah, so this doesn't go back in, and then the rest gets shuffled back in.
Yeah.
And then I get another turn.
I think that's how it works because then the
No. The whole graveyard gets exiled, which means Mark takes his turn and then draws from the library. So I think that would have been the kill.
But because the Emrakul was there, everything gets shuffled back. Oh no, you actually die on your draw because the entire before it gets shuffled in, everything gets exiled, including the Emrakul.
Yeah.
And then you die on your draw.
When you hit the Emrakul.
You can't hit the trigger in the middle of a resolution, so you have to resolve the
whole thing.
The whole thing first.
Oh, so it gets on the stack at law.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
So you resolve the entire grandstand activation, you get the entire graveyard, and instead of basically you die at exactly the same time because you never
Yeah.
die when you mill the last card. You die when you draw the card.
Yeah.
So you would exile.
And without this, I get another turn basically. Or well, actually,
You
without
get
this,
infinite other turns because I can re-mill you, but
Yeah.
Emrakul shows up every time.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I've got basically a little bit built-in insulation
Yeah.
against your deck. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And I had the extra mana here.
Yeah.
But because this was in my hand, I needed to cast it. So any other, especially a soul land there would have been good. And I think I've made a sequencing mistake. If I start on Saga, I'm 1 turn faster, and I think that's good enough.
I'm sorry, man.
No, no
It was
worries.
good games.
Yeah,
I was really
enough.
doubting how to play past.
Yeah, that was a really close match.
The amethyst or the what's
Yeah,
it
thorn.
called? Thorn.
The Mississippi River is a really fun deck.
My lands. It might seem that my deck
But
is throw it out.
like,
but
who
it is
thinks of
actually
this
quite-
stuff,
you
man?
gotta think about
Who
how it's
thinks of
sequenced and
this?
When you cast and when you cast.
I had one more.
How do you come up with something like this?
It would have been better, but that's.
Well, anyway, that puts Mark
That's
at
what I didn't draw.
5-1-1. I think that locks him in for top 8. So,
Was enough on every level.
with a bit of luck, we'll see Mark
As soon as the paint over there,
again
I had the
somewhere in the next 3 hours.
Blasting the spell off the stack.
Yeah, Deafening Silence does work. Yeah, Deafening Silence is really
In
good.
hindsight, with the mana
But
problems, I had. a
he is
turn
playing 4 copies
that would have
of
been
Otawara, so it's not a
But then again,
it's
if
not
I
a
land off
straight up
a
kill.
way different position and
To be
need
fair.
extra mana,
Is
and the
it-
blast is very good at that
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
That's why. And I was struggling to find
Yeah.
which kind of
Yeah, Bjorn had hit
against what I was
mana
used to play with
at
limitations
any
on
point there. No,
the-
instead he
This is
hits his
difficult for me
painter
because I didn't have
servants.
mainboard interaction on it.
That's
This
just
is very
unlucky.
good against me.
Yep, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Because that was really on a razor's edge.
Good too, because then it
That
actually
whole
goes
match.
well.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, what I'm gonna do. Thanks a lot
Yeah,
for the
cheers.
games.
Cheers, man.
I'm gonna have some food because I
Yep.
think I think. I'm
Deck
going to
lists
play
are
the
not
two
available
I think
yet.
you
They
are,
will
and
be
I'm
available
fine because now I'm going to my
after the tournament.
and I don't have to wait anymore. That should be good.
I'm not sure if 5-1-1 is enough.
Uh,
I really don't know.
I think you should be fine.
Before that, we still have top 8 to go, which should be up in a couple minutes. Like a short break till then.
Oh yes, thank you.
I don't think we have. No, we don't have time for another match. Oh, the cheesecake might be pretty good.
Yeah, sure. No, yep, perfect.
Just some consistent hate against the deck. Yep.
You too.
Maybe see you in a bit.
Sorry?
Maybe see you in a bit.
Yep. Nice to play against a fellow Tilburger. So say hi to your parents.
But yeah, I think Marcus
Still-
is sort of a
do you
spot
still do
for.
carnival or not? Or you're no, not a carnival. Right. Okay.
No, I went to study in Delft since.
Ah, okay.
Indeed, both players.
Above the rivers.
Yep.
Well, enjoy the meal.
Yeah, no worry.
I'm
Have
not-
good luck in top 8, sir.
Thanks. I really don't know how it all goes with Swiss. I really should figure that out and sit down and read it for a while.
I think you're ready.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Cheers. See you
Hope to
around.
see you, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Je bent hoger geëindigd in de Swiss, dus jij moet kiezen voor play of draw.
Ja, oké, dat doe je.
All right, we have our top 8 matches about to start.
En top ergens is untimed.
Looks like we have.
Op een redelijk tempo.
Ja, dat
What do we have? We have Thomas on 5-color Zenith against Maarten on Monored Painter. I don't think we've seen either player today yet.
De oude tekst. En wat is er een nieuwe tekst dan?
And
ja, dit ding zeg je mag.
see, these are the 4th and 5th seed.
Oh, dat is wel vet. Wel vet.
So we've seen a number of paint players so far. This is the first 5-color Zenith we've seen today. So it should be an interesting match. Everyone, thanks for joining. This is the top 8 of the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7 in Tilburg, the Netherlands.
Ja, dus het is, zeg maar, ik ben erg blij dat het...
And one of these 8 players is gonna go home with a qualification for the European Legacy Masters at the end of the year.
Om 6 uur op voor werk. Dus ik had zoiets van,
Wat doe je?
verpleegkundige. Dus
ja,
ik
ja,
vandaag,
rustig.
ja, vandaag moest ik sowieso al werken. Maar ik had hem dus weg kunnen rijden met dienst. Dus aan de ene kant ben ik heel blij dat ik tot 8 ga en ik ga spelen om te winnen. Maar als ik straks zeg maar om
Ja,
18
dan...
nou, het is,
waar woon je?
Hilversum.
Oh, dat is nog een stukje.
Dus het is een uur rijden, dus als ik straks om 9 uur thuis ben, dan vind ik het ook goed. Maar ik ga wel spelen om te winnen.
Yeah, I mean, there was plenty of painter in the tournament to begin with. But I am kind of happy that we have 1 mono red painter and 1 mono blue painter in top 8. To really see who the best deck is.
Ja, ik heb er nooit last van gehad. Ik heb de laatste
Should be interesting. I think this is basically the only control deck in top 8. I mean, you can consider lands a control deck, I guess.
4th and 5th.
But yeah, we have 5-color Zenith and Boros Initiative as the non-combo decks. And then we have Infect, lands, 2 different colors of painter, Doomsday, and Mississippi River, which we saw in the last round. Man, that's a fun deck. There is no Delver in top 8.
I'll start. Sure.
0 copies of Delver. There were plenty of Delver players, though. None of them made it. Though, to be fair, there was a lot of painters, so that probably didn't help. I don't know how their Cephalid Breakfast matchup is, but we also saw a lot of that. The Maelstrom Wanderer deck is in the top 8, yes. Mark is currently playing some Dumbs. Our Infect expert. Some being the 1st seed and Mark being the 8th.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, but I have been playing 7 rounds and I am completely exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah, our players have already played 7 rounds so far. This is round 8. So this is a very late match. I've also been here for the whole 7 hours. So, is there anyone in chat who's been here since the first round? Anyone still awake after all that? Hasn't moved on yet?
Yep.
Alex! Nice!
Hello.
Man, it's been a day. But a lot of good matches, for sure.
That's what they call value.
A lot of fun decks as well. Now I think we have a bit of a cooldown matchup. Thomas is definitely a more interactive deck, and I think Maarten in this matchup isn't really pressured to go all that fast. I think Maarten's fine just going for a more mid-rangey game where maybe stumbles into the combo. So we'll have to see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because it is really good against Counterspell, and it is a pretty consistent turn 3 deck. So I think it may have a decent Infect matchup. That being said, we are talking about
This enters the battlefield.
some DOMs here, so maybe
And I don't
not
have the,
that good of a matchup, but we'll have to see.
so, yeah. Go ahead.
Draw turn?
Yep.
We also did see it last round, so it's good to have a bit of variety in that regard. I don't know. I honestly don't know if that's a good matchup or a bad matchup against Infect. I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yep. Draw.
We'll see. We'll see. Don't count him out just yet. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, so we'll see. Looks like a collector oof here for Thomas is definitely gonna help against Marta here. Marta designed to discard Phyrexian Dragon Engine and Grindstone
Both of those
to the Fable trigger, which is really good. I think he has 2 Welders in hand, which is also pretty absurd.
I attack. Trigger. Or well, I'd like to go to combat.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'd like to attack. And
That's okay, trigger.
Trigger.
Results.
Okay, so Marta gets a treasure here. Can't use the treasure because of the collector oof, but can at least weld it away if he so chooses. And he does have 2 welders, I think.
Okay.
Play a land, play the other welder, because why not?
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's probably going for the Dragon Engineer. But just having
14.
both welders in play is just so good. It's just the absolute best for Marta here. It's like, okay, I have the combo. As soon as that collector roof leaves, this game's over. And of course, Thomas is going to do everything he can to keep the collector roof in play because I think he has to. Like, he doesn't know that Marta is holding a painter, but I mean, are you going to take that risk? If Marta is killing the oof, then you don't want him to kill the oof, right? Okay, one of the welders is going to get plowed. That is a thing.
Okay, 3 mana Puturium in my hands.
Yes.
Combat?
And then
Yes. Bastard.
free attack with the oof. Because you're not blocking with the welder.
Flips.
Get a flip. And I feel like we're in a bit of a holding pattern here. I think there's 2 painters in hand for Marta. Which honestly I think you can just
I would like
toss off the Dragon Engine, yeah.
to welder, target treasure and fraction dragon engine.
Yeah.
2.
Results.
This enters
Yeah.
the battlefield.
Yes.
This.
Just
goes
discard
away. It triggers.
2 Painter Servant.
First I discard 2 painter servant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the second Painter Servant?
1, 2, 3.
Ursa Saga. Lotus Battle's not the best card, but the Saga is fine.
Okay.
The Saga's great here, actually.
12 and it triggers.
Yeah.
The treasure. I'd like to play an Ursa Saga.
Because Marta's just making artifacts. Like it's nothing.
Go ahead.
2 cards still in hand.
Yeah, Sagas are really dangerous here. I'm not sure, but I think
Fetch enough turn.
his hand is now Lotus Petal and another Ursa Saga. Which, if that's the case, then... Ooh. Thomas is in a bit of trouble here. I think he needs... He needs like an Euro, or...
Is it Gent?
Yeah.
If he can go into Primeval Titan, start getting fielded that online, that might be a thing we can do here. Like, keep creating blockers. That's not ideal, though. Any board wipes? Don't really see any board wipes. I see some spot removal here and there.
Yep.
Just put some big bodies in play and just be bigger than the constructs, I guess.
I'll fetch.
Yeah, there's already so many artifacts in play.
No plans. I'll shuffle your turn. Sure. Even though we don't have time. Uriel?
Sure.
Oh! Actually...
Okay, yeah, fair.
What if you go Primeval Titan, get Wasteland Boseiju,
Draw a card?
and then use the Boseiju to start shooting down constructs? He does have a loam in the graveyard still, so... Right? So I think he can afford to go for a couple of Boseiju triggers. Also just Wasteland trying to take out Saga, but I think you wanna at this point take out the constructs and just let the Saga do its thing. It's not great for sure. Like Thomas is in a really bad spot here, but
I would like to make a...
gotta do something. Yeah, he is on the clock, is the point. Looks like Marta drew a Chaos Defiler, which he's not quite casting at this point. I don't think the Defiler is doing much in hand.
Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. I would like to target construct.
Oh, and there's also the Reflection. Yeah.
So this is a not summoning Psychic construct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move the cards a bit because it's a bit crowded.
So this has summoning sickness, this doesn't have summoning sickness. Right?
Indeed, yeah. I would like to attack
Also,
with these.
Thomas having played the Yorion as a blocker here means that Yorion cannot reset Leyline Binding if he ends up finding that, so
4, 5, 6, 7.
it's just another little thing.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah. So 7, 7. 2, 2 double strike. 9, 3, 2. That's annoying. I think we can go to
Yeah, Thomas sees the writing on the wall. It's just there's too much going on at the same time for him to reasonably deal with that at this point.
Do you've got the Goblin Shaman? Perhaps? Do you've got the Goblin Shaman in the token?
You should have a look. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
We have a lot of...
No, don't get rid of the Jigglypuff.
I'm gonna have a look.
I like the Jigglypuff.
Goblin Shaman?
Yeah, from Fable.
Worth mentioning, this is top 8, so there's no round timer. You can take as long as you want, but yeah, there was just nothing Thomas was gonna do that game. Like, he has no board wipes either. Like, everything is spot removal, and there is so much pressure coming at you. Alright, let's look at the sideboards here. You know what? Let's look at Painter first. Because I think that's a very short list. Probably he brings in a Fury, maybe a Fairy Macabre. Torpor Orb doesn't sound terrible, to be honest.
You can always use your shoe.
Could do some shenanigans with evoking a Fury and just having it on the board. Wait, that's how that works, right? I think that's how evoke works. So yeah, a couple of things that Marta could be doing here. Nothing too exciting. 5-color Zenith is just too consistent of a deck to really have any hate cards against. I think that what Marta is already playing is probably good enough anyway. And then from Thomas, that's a bit more interesting. Opposition Agent could be somewhat interesting to take out Urza's Saga as well as the Goblin Engineer.
If you don't announce it, then technically...
Plague Engineer is fine, but not terrific.
It's never been an issue. No, but sure, I wouldn't make an issue out of it, but yeah, I was just wondering rules-wise. Yeah.
Dress Down, if the timing is correct, you need to be very careful with that, because if the Painter is already in play, it keeps the effect. And Endurance is a great sideboard card. Just shuffle back your graveyard. Night of Autumn, start taking out some artifacts. And maybe Surgical Extraction, so you don't have to worry about the combo anymore. Just go for the mid-range plan, which is still really dangerous, but at least you can fully focus on it instead of doing two things at the same time. So yeah, a lot of potential sideboard cards. We'll have to see what he actually does here. Scaro, I think there were two Texas players. Let me actually look. Yeah, there were two Texas players. One with Yorion and one without. Interestingly enough, the Texas player without Yorion, I think, did better. Yeah. Not by much, but it is 4 points. We take 4 points. For sure.
I'll keep.
Me too.
All right, let's see. We have Island Go for Thomas here. And Marta is Mountain Go. Riveting magic. Chromatic Vista and Go. Looks like Thomas is taking up more of a controlling stance here compared to the first game. So Kenzan for Marta and a Goblin Engineer. Brainstorm in response. Yeah, this is actually an interesting one because normally you wouldn't go after the tutor, but since the tutor is also just a form of protection and an enabler, actually kind of makes sense to try and stop it from hitting the field. Kind of funny how that works out. It's just the engineer, despite being just a straight up worse welder, the fact that you can just put something in the graveyard, you just entomb an artifact is so damn strong. Especially given the context of bringing stuff back.
No rush.
Sleeves are catching. It's Woodland growth on the islands.
Yep.
Let's see. Abundant Grove coming in on the island. Gonna draw a card. And then we have a Ponder. Thomas is doing his best control impression here. Which he does have a number of really good control cards. He is playing the 4 Force of Will, 4 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Force of Negation in total, yeah.
6.
So just 6 counter spells, 4 removal spells. In some cases, Greenstone Zenith can be a removal spell as well. He is playing the one-off copy of Moloch.
Sure.
So there's definitely better removal spells that Thomas could be drawing, if that's the case.
Sure. Yep. Yep. Cool.
Let's see, Yorion in hand. Thomas setting up for... I don't know what he's setting up for, to be honest. I have no idea what he has in hand. I mean, he has a second force. He's going to pitch the Yorion to do it. That's a little bit unfortunate. Not as unfortunate as the fact that there's just a Pyroblast backing it up.
Trigger results. I think Jigglypuff.
That's very good for Marta here. And again, we see the difference of just being able to play a bunch of blasts against any kind of blue deck. Worth mentioning, Marta is on 6 blasts, whereas a lot of decks are also on 7. Which could be very relevant in this matchup, but it does make sense that we're going down to 6, since it does seem like Lance and Mono Red Stompy are picking up a bit of metagame share again. Funny, Snow One. Funny. Yeah, I think he went for the Dragon Engine. I think Marta is not interested in going for any kind of fast combo kill. I think he just wants to start grinding, which I agree with. He's in no rush.
I would like to lightning bolt it.
Okay.
Lightning Bolt gonna take the oof.
Draw. Trigger. Goes to 2.
We get a Rummage trigger off the Fable. And now I think Marta is gonna try and close the distance here. At least turn the corner.
Discard, yeah. How many cards in hand? 3.
I think he has a Defiler in hand. So we can attack, make a treasure, and then bring back either the Defiler or the Phyrexian Dragon Engine. No! Keeps the Defiler in hand. Is he gonna cast it? Oh yeah, of course. The Goblin Engineer can only bring back things that are converted mana cost 3 or less. So you need to hardcast it. Which you can thankfully do with the treasure. And this is why a lot of painter lists opt not to play any Badlands, because it's so easy to just cast this thing anyway. It's so easy to just make a black mana. You have a bunch of petals, you have ways of making treasures, you have a Max Opal, you have ways of getting them out of your graveyard. It's just...
Exactly. So I'll respawn by floating white.
Okay.
Yeah, just
then I would like
play good lands. You don't need the bad lands, honestly.
And then it's your turn.
Then still with that play mana, Altar's Plowshares. Yeah.
I would like to.
Source the Plowshares is definitely a card that exists. Not a very effective card, but...
That's fine.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good endurance.
Yeah, so endurance.
Because the Goblin Engineer requires you to sacrifice the artifact before it resolves, whereas if this was a welder, that wouldn't be possible. But then it would get exiled, of course. So yeah, a nice little 1-2 punch by Thomas here, just trying to stay afloat against the mono red onslaught. Yeah, most of the painter decks at this point play just a one-off Mox Opal in case you need the mana more than anything. Yeah, he was targeting the Dragon Engine to bring back, but it doesn't come back because of the endurance. But he had to sacrifice the what's it called? The Chaos Defiler to try and activate it.
Draw. Yep. Trigger.
Which does end up saving his Defiler for maybe another draw step or another engineer in case he gets a welder. No, the Phyrexian Dragon Engine is only 3 mana. It is a legal target.
Yeah, I would like to go 2 attacks.
Okay. The blockers.
At the moment, I think the only target you can bring back with the Goblin Engineer is the Chaos Defiler. But the card is just too good not to play.
Let me think. For one moment, please.
Yep.
Because yeah, some painter decks play Brea's Apprentice, which is also 3, and before Chaos Defiler, you saw a lot of Twin Shot Sniper, which is 4, which has basically the same problem. Like, you don't get it back with Engineer, but the one-off is just good enough to be able to justify it anyway. But if you can play Chaos Defiler, you don't need Twin Shot Sniper.
Go ahead.
Sorry, don't you have a treasure token?
Yeah, they're the Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Oh, okay.
Also worth mentioning, you don't even need to weld it in. It has Unearth. Of course, you want to weld it in because you can keep using it, but
Uro.
in a pinch, just 5 mana, draw 3. Yeah, sure, sign me up. Maybe get in for a cheeky 4. Sounds great. Looks like we're going to be looping Euros here. Yeah, Brea's Apprentice is pretty good for blocking Merit Lage, for sure. That one is thankfully also 3 CMC, so you can bring it back with the engineer. Interesting to note that Maarten is not playing the apprentice, so if he ends up against lands, that could be relevant.
Combat?
I mean, he has seen lands this tournament, from what I hear.
I've got an engineer somewhere.
Apparently, Maarten has already played against the other top 8er, Jordi, playing lands, and lost because of just really rough mulligans. It happens. Maybe he'll get a second chance. Looks like we have a grindstone coming in here for Maarten. Also worth noting, the Kiki Jiki can just copy the Goblin Engineer and just get a 1-mana Entomb every single turn. That's pretty good.
I would like to sacrifice my Great Furnace to get this back.
He's going for the combo. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't think Thomas is coming out of this in one piece. He already used his endurance once. He does have another one.
So I'm not going to die. This resolves.
Sure.
But I'm going to concede. There's Progenitus in here, so that's going to be the one remaining card in my library.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
So I do get one more turn, but
Okay,
I don't have the board state to win. With
Yeah,
one
win one
so
turn.
well played.
Okay, thank you.
Fair enough. Progenitus works, but there's nothing else you're doing at that point, so... Yeah, Thomas has had enough. Maarten wins this quite handily, 2-0.
Yeah,
Impressive showing from Painter once again.
Yeah.
Let's see. From the other matches, it seems we have an update on Mono Blue Painter against Doomsday, which is won by Doomsday 2-1. And the other 2 matches are still going, it looks like.
Can I?
Yeah, of course, sure. One second.
Including our Mississippi River matchup,
That's a good one.
which is still going.
Because I can't respond to the trigger.
Still going. Like that has to mean something, right?
Something like this, I think.
Moons came in, I guess, right?
Yeah, but after I saw your basic situation,
Game
1, I was like, I was doubting it anyway.
I can typically play around it quite well.
Yeah, I was doubting it anyway, because when I looked in the Swiss, I saw your deck and I was like, meh. You've got a lot of basics, yeah, but also you've got a Prismatic Vistas, but I was like, meh.
All right, semifinals are about to begin in just a moment.
Okie dokie.
You have a long way back, or is it not too far?
Looks like we have Maxine on the left playing Doomsday. I think the only Doomsday player at the tournament. I'll check in a minute. She will be playing
6-hour drive
against Guus on Boros Initiative after taking down lands in the quarters.
No, it takes longer if you go flying, probably even.
Not sure if the match between Sam and Mark has finished. Infect versus Mississippi River.
Pollution.
I think they might still be playing, and Maxine and Guus can just come in and play anyway, because I think they were going to get paired against each other anyway.
Take your moment.
David, decklist will be available after the tournament.
Don't fly.
So we'll have to wait just a little bit for that.
Creepy and quiet.
Everyone's still here. Thank you for joining us. One of these players is going to the European Legacy Masters at the end of the year.
It's not like we're playing for the Pro Tour or something.
And even they are more cocky.
Yeah, exactly. Did you
I mean,
find no.
who's just joking about it, but
It was Reduke.
the European Legacy Masters is
A little bit nervous and you just
kind of kind of a legacy pro tour. It's the closest you're ever gonna get. No, he's not on Painter. He is on Boros Initiative. They need to update the deck title. We saw Guus in one of the earlier rounds. I forget exactly which one. The other semifinals, I think one of the quarters is still being played. But despite them still playing, doesn't mean that we can already start on the semis. But yeah, the other semis is going to be Mono Red Painter against whoever wins between Infect and Mississippi River.
Do you know that, or do we have to ask a judge?
Which is gonna be an interesting one. I'm very excited to see it comes out there, because on the one hand you have a really good player, and on the other hand you have a really sweet deck. So, like, I kind of want to see both of them in the finals. But then I'm also rooting for the Mono Red Painter player, because that's one of my own homies. So it's rough. It's rough. The problems you can have. First world problems.
Rob. Yes, correct. Hi, Rob. Are you doing
Hi.
well?
I'm doing great, thank you.
I know, but I know he can hear me.
Yeah, talking to the bridge.
We were wondering who gets to play first. I think Maxine.
I'm rooting a little bit for Painter as well, but that's mostly because I am also a Painter player and I really like the deck. But like, there's a lot of good players, a lot of fun decks, so it's hard to be biased one way or another here. It is an appropriate reason for a bias, right? Yeah, because we had 2 Painter players in top 8, and Maxine took down the mono blue Painter player, but may still end up playing against the mono red Painter player. We'll have to see how things go. First things first, we have Doomsday versus Initiative. I have no idea. Like, I couldn't tell you. Let me just get a deck list and see what some relevant cards are. I imagine Chalice of the Void is a pretty relevant card.
What do you want to see in the top 4, right?
Yeah, I haven't mulliganed much today.
You can kind of play around removal with Thassa's Oracle. Like, you can just empty your deck and then play the Oracle, so I don't think the removal's necessarily going to be the thing that wins him here. Yeah, Chalice is pretty much the only card that is relevant pre-board, at least. Post-board
I had some
doesn't get much better. Oh no, there is one card. There's a Gaia's Blessing in the sideboard of the Initiative deck. Oh yeah, but no green mana, right? No, he doesn't have green mana to cast it.
Most matchups were fine. The Painter matchup were bad. And
So no, the Gaia's Blessing doesn't do anything
but I wanted
either.
So
Wasn't so much Delver today.
Yeah, I've met obviously the only one.
Yeah, I think there were a couple, but probably at the lower tables.
Really? Mono White was good against Doomsday. Interesting.
This is a keep.
I have no idea. I've never seen the matchup. The deck was gone so damn fast.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Fetch.
mean, one advantage Guus does have is that he's playing a very proactive deck. So he can definitely start pressuring Maxine fairly quickly here.
Well, the Doomsday deck can function on 5 cards sometimes.
You can even win first turn with 5
Yeah,
cards.
exactly. If that's what's gonna happen. Oh no.
And we have a result from the final quarterfinals. It looks like Some Dumbs on Infect takes down Mark on Mississippi River 2-1. Mark did get a game in, and that was a long-ass match. I just want to point that out. Because I saw a bunch of haters in chat about, oh, there's no way that Mississippi River is going to win that matchup. No, he slugged for it.
So
Sam had to work for that shit, okay? I just want to say that.
So you're at 10 now.
9.
9, okay. So in the live feed. Okay.
So that is a really impressive showing for the
So one more, right?
Mississippi River deck.
Yes.
The full top 8 I have here is Infect, Lance, Blue Painter, Red Painter, 5-color Zenith, Doomsday, Boros Initiative, and Mississippi River. That was the full top 8. So Maxine gonna resolve a Doomsday here. That's a turn 1 Doomsday. That's pretty much what you need to have happen here, right? Just get in under Chalice.
Right, okay. So that's one that's in the grave. Okay. That's correct. You can put them on any order.
Yeah, good variety. I mean, good variety overall. I think the most played deck was Cephalid Breakfast with 6 copies, and then is a Delver with 5. Out of 77 players, that's decent. Yeah, Wasteland would be really good here. Agreed. Unfortunately, Hughes is not playing Wasteland. There's 0 Wastelands in his deck. 0
Good one.
land hate of any kind in the 75. So that's gonna be maybe a bit rough. No top 8 for breakfast, surprisingly. No, not for lack of trying. There were a couple of breakfast players that were kind of high, but like just shy. A lot of 8 cast as well, pretty high.
Before we mix them up, I believe some cards are upside down. No.
Yeah, they're upside. Some are upside down indeed. That's correct.
All right, let's see what Guus is able to do here. Could maybe go for a Soul Land into Soul Land Chalice on 2 would be worse. Maybe Soul Land double Chromox Chalice on 2. Because I don't think anything other than Chalice on 2 is going to do it here for Guus. I don't see anything else. Sure, Magic Copycat. I mean, it's a really good deck. Let's be honest. It's incredibly consistent, has a really powerful thing that's doing. Like, the only downside is that it's a blue deck and an artifact deck, which makes it really targeted. They do play Cavern. Yeah, fair enough. So then we just cross our fingers and hope Maxine doesn't have the Cavern Souls, I guess.
I'll play this one. Name Human. And for 2, I'll play a Chalice of the Void on 1.
Chalice on 1.
Go.
And yep, draw.
Oh, it was in the pile? I didn't catch that. I imagine it's probably in the pile. Though there's probably an underground sea in there as well. I'm guessing that's what that means. And that's an interesting pile if you have a polluted delta on field.
Adventure through the cavern.
Yes.
No, she is playing it. I don't know if she put it in her pile though. But she is playing the one of. And I'm not sure if it's in exile right now.
Unfortunately. Yep. Okay, secret entrance. I'm gonna search for a land.
Yeah, just play the Caves of Chaos Adventurer. Hope for the best. Maybe Maxine has a pile that takes a turn or two.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just hoping to get some damage in.
Sorry, Chad. Okay, and then I'll play a Load Spittle.
Yes.
And I'll pass the turn. Over to you.
Yeah, just
Flow.
Yep.
It's a really good start for Maxine here. Oh, there is an Edge of Autumn.
Yep.
Then gonna fetch.
Okay,
Then play the Thassa's Oracle.
Okay, GG. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's gonna be game 1 going to Maxine here.
And I
Yeah,
think
that looked pretty decisive, but again, she did have the turn 1 Doomsday against a deck with no force of will. That's a pretty powerful opener for sure.
Oh, subtlety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the Doomsday attack.
Oh yeah, if you have force backup even, that is a hell of a hand then.
In your hand. That's why I went this way. I'm not sure if it was the case, but otherwise I would have done it differently. Let's see.
That was a mulligan 5, wasn't it? That is a pretty crazy mulligan to 5. Damn. Sweet. Alright. Before we go to sideboard, I just want to quickly mention the other semifinals is currently also being played. We have the Mono Red Painter list by Maarten. We saw during the quarterfinals. He is playing against Sumdums on Infect. So that's
Okay, I'm gonna start this.
Another interesting matchup, actually. But yeah, that is currently being played off screen. Alright, let's get into the sideboard. I mean, I kind of touched on the sideboard already, and on the side of Guus, there's not a whole lot that he can be doing here, I think.
I was a bit sad you don't play the foil.
Yeah, you can play a removal spell on the Thassa's Oracle, but
I think, right?
Yeah, right.
Maxine can play around that.
There exists 8 copies.
Oh,
4 are in Germany.
Okay.
Not mine.
So it would be kind
And
of
then
good if I had
just
4, right?
hope you can play Chalice before you get straight turn 1.
Exactly. The other 4 are not in the deck with the
Oh,
shadow.
those you should have thought of that before.
I have to play M19 basics because I don't have any money.
I just don't care about the basics. But now you have some money.
Yeah,
Probably have
I don't think there's anything really relevant in the sideboard of Guus here. It's just I hope to get some relevant interaction, stick something, and then run with it.
Okay.
We'll see if that's good enough. Then on Maxine's side, also not a lot, but that's mostly because I think you want to just ignore whatever Guus is doing. Maybe like the one-off massacre, but there's really no need to. I think you just ship it as is.
Yeah, I figured you had
But-
brainstorm in there, but it might have been in the deck.
We'll see.
with Force. And the rest I was too lazy to figure it out. I was because I could have gone for Chalice at 2, but I figured that's gonna walk into Force, and then I don't have the opportunity to go Caves, Adventure, and then another one. So
Yeah.
it's like I'm gonna do it like this, but turned out not to be correct. But I don't think I could have won this one either way.
Yeah, turn 1 Doomsday is hard.
It's not easy. Let's see. I wonder what my friends are gonna say when they watch the stream. Probably I should have done it differently or something.
Bet already €50 on you.
Exactly.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think there's much that Guus could have done that game differently. Yeah, maybe
I lost it.
kept the Solitude or something.
What is he doing?
Like it's so nothing at that point. Like in that situation, it's just pray. There's nothing more you can do. So game 2, we're gonna have to see what players decide here.
Yeah, I'm keeping.
Same. Okay, dokie.
Load spittle. Load spittle.
Chaos on 2.
City of Traders.
It's looking like it. Maybe.
Exile Simian Spirit Guide.
Simeon.
Play Caves.
4 mana.
Chaos Adventure.
No, just the turn 1 case of Chaos Adventure. Okay. Oh, which is really awkward because you get a planes, but then when you play the planes, you have to sack the City of Traders. Oh, that's just. Man, that is so awkward. Also, you're pretty much saying, I got nothing. Just
Well, I can do stuff turn 1, 2.
do stuff before I kill you. That's pretty much what's happening.
That would be really bad.
Because you get. I think you still have 3 attacks. Yeah, it's 7, 14, and 5 from the initiative. 19. No, technically, I think. Oh yeah, no, because Maxine loses half her life total. Oh, this is really dangerous. Yeah, he still does have the city for a turn, but he does have to sack it. That's what I mean. It's like, obviously, you're on. Oh no, it's not obviously you're on that. I'm talking out of my ass. Never mind. But yeah, playing the Doomsday now means that you are looking to just die here, right? Because no fetch, she's still at 20. She goes to 10 off the Doomsday. Then Guus attacks for 7, I think. Yeah, he attacks for 7. Maxine goes down to 3. So I think she still has another turn. Is Guus playing Red Blast? He is not playing Red Blast. But Maxine might not know that, to be fair. I think she still has 4 cards in hand.
Belly up.
Yep.
And one of the Thassa's Oracle is in exile, so she only has the one.
Trick to put the forces in your pile, maybe. See, I didn't figure that out.
Have done that in the past.
A couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, looks like she does have fortification, yeah.
Okay.
But force negation only really works
So I'm gonna go
if it's sorts the plowshares. I think for what you want to try and do here, I think is resolve the Thassa's Oracle.
and trigger.
I mean, you have to go for the Oracle with no cards in library, right? That's the only thing you can do here.
Okay.
Can't quite make it out.
Tap 4 colors.
There's definitely still planes there.
Okay.
Hardcast Simeon, and maybe that's an...
But that's not enough.
That could be an Emiria's Call, which is the dual-faced land.
Sack?
Oh yeah, if you just top deck the initiative card, that would work as well. Just go straight into the trap.
GG.
But that's not what happened here.
Yeah,
Ideas Unbound,
another
draw your deck,
to go to the
no deck.
trap. That would have
Removal doesn't matter.
or anything that disrupts, but it wasn't there. All right, good luck in the coming rounds.
Any initiative creature would have just given
not so
who's the
much,
game here,
actually.
but
Just I can show it for chat.
just unlucky. It happens. So GG to these players. Both very nice runs today. For sure. This is semi for a 80-man tournament, so
Just Aluren and
just
another
a
Aluren,
really,
all I got.
really
So,
nice day for both these
yeah.
players.
So blessing could be kind of nice if you have like the Lotus Pedal and shuffle everything the pile away. That's basically it. But I was hoping this would get me close enough. But it got you to 3, not to 0. All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Time to head out.
So far, I had good luck.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Maxine is going to be playing the winner of our other semis,
Sorry.
which I think they are still playing is Infect versus Mono Red Painter. Time, people. 9.5 hours in. After this, I am done. So for the final time today, welcome to the Bazaar of Boxes Series 7, played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. We're about to get set up for the final match of the day. One of these players is going to take home a qualifier for the European Legacy Masters at the end of the year, as well as a pretty sweet cash prize and
I don't know.
just a really good feeling. I mean, both these players are going home with a good feeling because they
in 8 years without my wife.
Okay, so that's gonna be.
they both did fantastic today. Some great games. Yeah, today's been a great day.
I have uni at Monday, so.
So thanks everyone for joining us here.
That's exhausting.
We got one more in us. Let's see what we got here. Maxine on the left on Doomsday. We saw her take down Guus the last round with a double turn 1 Doomsday. Oh, okay. So Maarten wins the spot by default. Damn, it's a good year for Maarten. A couple weeks ago, he also won another big tournament. So yeah, he's doing pretty good right now. So yeah, Maxine does not want to go to the European Legacy Masters, which means Maarten gets it by default. He's got to be feeling pretty good about that, I imagine. Like, good stuff. Well deserved.
The coin is really clunky.
Yeah, chat, can I get some cool story bobs in chat for Painter?
With like the blood moon.
What's a good emote for Doomsday?
Okay, so So way back when it was still a shitty deck.
Hmm.
Played like, oh, wait a second, you're bending your card.
Can I get a hey
played
guys
like
for
8
Doomsday?
Infect, but it wasn't not really a good deck.
So cool story, Bob,
then
if you're for Painter.
I picked it up.
A hey guys if you're for Doomsday.
3 months or so.
Let's see it.
It's been fine. No, this is.
Yeah, this should be a pretty decent matchup for both players, I think, because Red Blast is pretty good to have in the main game 1, and then also just having a faster combo helps for Doomsday. So should be a pretty explosive start here. Yeah, turn 1 Grindstone's pretty explosive.
Sure, but you need to draw a card as well.
Oh, it doesn't change anything.
No, but sure, you need to draw a card as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I'm really tired.
No, that's fine.
You need to draw a card for the turn.
Who would have thought that?
the non-force deck. Yeah.
Maxine is on Cavern of Souls. She has the 1, so it is there for the Doomsday piles.
Can I see the Doomsday?
Or just playing it here. Yeah, that is another turn 1 Doomsday. Maxine has been really good on those.
Commandant or no?
No, it's Cord.
Oh.
And
That is her
in
3rd
German,
game on coverage.
Das jüngste Gericht to Day of Judgment.
Right.
3rd day on coverage. A 3rd game on coverage where she has the turn 1 Doomsday.
Why would anybody ever use it?
I wanted to work in Switzerland because they pay nurses really well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So that was my motivation to learn to learn German.
I wouldn't recommend to go to Germany if you want to get paid well as a nurse.
No, I'm staying here.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe people were wrong to stop playing Doomsday. Like, it just
As you know, with
the play rate just dropped off a cliff a couple months ago, but
And
it's had a really good showing all day.
exhausting
I guess so.
sometimes, but it's really fun.
Really good showing. I mean, somebody managed to take her down today, so. Can I see who that is? Maybe? Let me check. Oh!
Belly up.
Her only loss today was against Martin. This is her 1 loss today. So she now has a chance to correct that mistake, or maybe Marta does it again and just takes it all. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is good stuff.
Oh, you're at 10, right? Yeah.
Oh, that is... Like, you gotta feel that one.
It's your turn.
You're right. If he has a paint, oh, he drew the painter, and he has an ancient tomb. Oh, this is potentially really bad for Maxine here. What a top deck! Good God. I think he has a blast, right? I think I saw one.
Go ahead.
Did I miss it? No, he does have one, but he doesn't use it. He could have taken out the caverns, but ought not to.
Do you want to respond?
I would.
Yeah, he definitely has it. Interesting. That is true. She does have to play around the grindstone. Worth mentioning that if he activates grindstone, he can't also blast his turn, but oh no way. She goes for it. She goes for it. Oh, that is tight. Jesus.
Doomsday is stressful.
Watching Doomsday is stressful, Maxine. Wow.
It's just a guessing game, I guess.
That is
more than that, but
Yeah, but
tight. God damn.
as well.
Yeah, he fired it up too soon.
What?
I guess.
Did I try to mill you?
For example. No, I didn't expect that, to be honest.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when to do it actually.
Yeah, it probably would have been better at the end step, I think. Just
Winning against
see what Maxine does first before activating the grindstone. Give yourself the option to blast. Because I think he did it at start of turn, hoping he'd get her, but
I've never really
it didn't work out.
anything about like when to mill my Doomsday opponent, so it's
Yeah, it's
just like, if you've got it, but like, yeah.
I guess that one with the game you milled because I played it. I didn't really play around it, so what?
All right, sideboard time. Marta has a lot of sideboard cards here. Thorn of Amethyst is pretty good. Magus of the Moon, if it comes down fast enough, can potentially be good. Maybe a Braid, but probably not the Braid, unless there's something worse he can take out of his deck. And, of course, All-Star Torpor Orb. I have to imagine he's bringing in Torpor Orb, for sure.
Cyclast, right? So I had green, black, and lost.
Yeah, this is the experience kind of thing. Like,
yeah, it's
fine.
That's all.
I probably could have come up with it myself. Yeah, that's mine, Marvin. Yeah, you can put it on the table. I was just
And then on the side of Maxine,
and someone smarter than me could probably figure it out.
I'm guessing she brings in Defense Grid for sure.
Played a lot of games, and I'm really tired.
And like
it's fine.
one Hurkle's Recall, one Chain of Vapor. As a catch-all.
But we've got still one game left, and maybe two. So
Like, if you see a Torpor Orb, you want the Recall or the Chain of Vapor. I mean,
and then drag
I have to assume she knows Torpor Orb is a thing. She has to know.
I would like to begin. That's obvious.
Yeah, no, the Torpor Orb is for the Tassos Oracle.
Thanks.
Is the idea.
Again, good luck, have fun.
Also, potentially Torpor Orb could enable Marta to put on some pressure if he still has Fury. I don't think he has, but there is some potential there.
I keep.
It kind of depends on what he can take out, what he can bring in. I'm not really sure.
And wow.
Just a force.
Force back. Go.
Martin says, Red has force. Eat your heart out. That grindstone resolves.
Two.
But is he going to kill her with it?
Okay.
I just blew.
That's a painter. That's pretty much. Do you have it, Maxine, or are we going to game 3?
This is in response, or
no, end of turn.
Okay, end of turn. Yeah, combo's stupid sometimes.
True. My turn?
Yep.
Draw. Cycle?
Yep.
All right.
Plague? Cycle?
Yep.
Draw, really? Yeah, no.
Okay.
I could have one if I threw Brainstorm.
Sure, yeah. Brainstorm is the start to.
Yeah,
to win.
I had enough mana to cast Doomsday.
Honestly-
to win in the center.
Yeah, just to do everything.
Maybe it was.
There's a big.
Yeah, fair enough. Dark Ritual way.
Yes.
I'm thinking, is there a world where she waits, and then maybe Marta doesn't have the third mana? Is that better?
Yeah, I guess. It's part of the layout.
Probably not.
Yeah, they can change the.
Not sure. Not sure. But yeah, that was a timely Simeon from Marta there. And this is a fast finals.
So is it your first Lexi deck? Or?
No, I built Shadow, then COVID came.
Right.
I couldn't play.
Hello.
And
Hello.
I played a bit of the
I mean, yeah, if you had another Simeon, then he was just gonna go for the mill, of course. But
You mean mono green landfall?
he wasn't showing it yet.
The one with the flyers.
I don't know if it's
And then
maybe
I
correct to
changed
just
only playing combo.
just wait, but because like if you have to draw Dark Ritual, that's also kind of tight, right?
Well, no, I'm here, so if you need anything,
Thanks.
I'm available.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
That's really nice.
At least the matches are short.
At least the matches are short.
I mean, to be fair, do you ever play really long matches with your deck?
No.
No. Oh, there we go.
Painter is the worst because you have to play around.
It's the worst.
And lands because you have to play around Sphere, Wasteland, Endurance, Red Blast.
Yeah, despite being a really fast finals, this is it's very tight. There's a lot of decisions here that if you mess up one thing, it could just straight up end the game on the spot.
Sure.
Looks like Maxine keeping
18.
7. Both players keeping 7. Again, Doomsday in hand, but no Dark Ritual this time. And Marta, I did see.
Go ahead.
I did see a Magus of the Moon. If he can draw some acceleration next turn, he can maybe mess up Maxine's mana here. We'll have to see about that. Don't think she can. No, she's not going for it this turn. For sure.
Drop.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn.
So Marta still has another turn. I think Magus just it's just messed up here. I think that just does so much here, but I don't. He doesn't have the fast mana, I think. And he has an Ursa Saga, which is a little bit awkward.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sneak a reveal.
Sure.
Yeah, she gets one more turn.
Last turn.
What do you mean?
I didn't draw with my ponder.
Yeah, you did draw for your ponder. You said draw for ponder and then you drew a card.
Can we count back?
Yeah.
No, it's right. Everything's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
yeah.
miscounted the stacking.
I specifically remember you drawing
No
ponder.
worries.
Doomsday?
No. Yeah, that's fine.
Going to 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this turn we are seeing the Doomsday. But that does come at the cost of the Lotus Battle. I don't think she can play around a Magus of the Moon. It's looking like we're getting a Maker's Blowout, for sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe she still has a force? Yeah, if she expects it, she can play around it, for sure. Does she expect it? Is the question. Even if she expects it, is she going to play around it? I don't... Yeah, I do see Pedal. Don't think I saw the basic. Maybe she's looking for that now? I don't think there's a basic there. She does have the pedal, so if she has the island, then she's fine, but... No, there is a basic island in there. Okay. She does have the mana to cast the Oracle. But that still means that Maarten turns off Cavern of Souls, so he can potentially counter the Thassa's Oracle. And I do think he has the time to play the Magus and still untap. I think. I didn't do the math on that, but...
1 second. One look through, and then I'm done.
We have time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maarten is not going for his own kill. He needs to stop this pile.
Okay.
That's the only thing he's going to be able to do here.
Okay.
He doesn't need to combo. He just needs to survive. That's all he needs to do. If he does that, he wins this Bob series. Yeah, there's also a conversation to be had about a 4x Ursa Saga deck playing Magus of the Moon, for sure. Like, when a card is good, it's just good. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's considering. There's the Magus.
Okay. Go.
Doesn't get answered. The Magus resolves. Now we just need to draw the Lotus Petal and the island to cast Thassa's Oracle, but I see Pyroblast.
7.
I see at least one Pyroblast. I don't know if he has more. I see Thorn of Amethyst, I think. Is he thinking of maybe playing the second Magus to swing with that as well? He is.
Okay. Untap draw. Yep.
That does speed up the clock. Does it speed up the clock enough though? Should be 4 cards in library, I think.
1.
And the bolt, of course. Okay, so the bolt. The bolt resolves.
Okay.
And Maarten pushes through for lethal. That's a great ending. Oh, that's funny. Oh, GG, what a match.
2-1. Dankjewel.
What a match.
Je hebt niet goed opgelet. I won. It was really cool. It was a flurry of spells. Let me say that. A plethora. It was legacy.
So we missed one score. Yeah, you missed one score. That's indeed correct. It's all good. You guys so quick.
All good on the hood.
Yeah, what an explosive finish to a really fun tournament. Oh, congrats to Maarten, GG to both these players, because those were some really tight games. That's really well played.
Amethyst, and I was like, should I play that or what should I do? And then I
No, it went from
that's why I counted them
1-0 to
because I was
1-2 because I think they forgot to change one of the games.
Sideboard, or in the exile pile.
It happens. No, they were 1-1 and that was the game to end it. So, yeah, great game for sure. And that's going to be it for tonight. I have been your host for the past 10 hours. Thanks everyone for coming. If you enjoyed the production, Bazaar of Boxes streams at least once a week. So be sure to subscribe or at least follow if you enjoyed our content. If you enjoyed my commentary, I will be back for the next Bob series in about 3 months. You can also find me on YouTube to see some more coverage on my end. Again, congrats to Maarten for winning this. Everyone, thank you for coming.
Yeah, it lowers your chance.
You've been terrific. I hope to see everyone next time. We'll see about maybe hosting someone.
Nee, maar weet je...
Well, we'll figure that out. Anyway, everyone, thanks for coming. You guys are awesome, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.